Yeah, whoa! Woo woo! How are you? How are y'all? How you doing? How you faring? How you vibing? Hope you're well. Hope you're swell. Hope you're dandy. What the fuck? But yeah, we're back. More Ace Attorney, more fun, more entertaining times and all that. Hope you have been well. Been a hot second. Well, it's not been that long since Sunday, so you know. But it's still been a good moment in between. Hope you're well. Hope your day's going nicely, fairly, and everything else in between. But yeah, more Ace Attorney. It's been a moment. It's been like, in terms of Ace Attorney, it's been like less than a week, so that's a positive. But the Pokemon XD stuff is gonna be basically a week, so you know. But yeah, we're gonna be going back into that. What else are we gonna be? Don't really have much else to say, you know. Day's been fine, day's been well. Everything else in between. You know the stuff. Let's see here. Let's pray to God that I don't fuck up my voice later on, because that's gonna suck. I think it's doable, right? Right. Anyway. I'm good to stop the music in between here. There we go. All's good, all's well. That ends well. Although it never ends, does it? Does it? Maybe I should have grabbed something first. Sure. Alright, time to get fucking wasted off of Smirnoff, an entire bottle down. No. I know it's up here. Yeah, sure. Right, we ended it recently. We ended the stream like right after the whatchabahuha. Right after finishing the Gregory side of stuff, because now we're going back into the future to try to see what we can do off of that. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Back to edgy and adult Fender. I'm a sick nope. My name's Eddie Fender. It's supposed to be a defender, but it might as well be a sex offender. Oops, sorry, that's not the dialogue that he was speaking of. What are you talking about? Shut up, no. I'll do the sex at you. No, whoa, I went deep on that one. Sorry, Miles Areno, didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. Anyway.
I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail.
So don't die. Okay.
I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Von Karma was the one in charge, after all.
What happened with the case after that?
Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things have a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial.
A year?
This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays.
I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear?
Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down.
What do you mean?
So this place is a gallery these days. But back then, it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah?
Indeed. At the site of the IS-7 incident.
Well, word is, Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display. 18 years after that fateful day.
My ice sculptures? Why the fuck are my ice sculptures in there? I mean, yes, I know this is the name of the fucking victim, but like,
The very sculptures the victim made.
Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see, just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory.
For poor old Gregory.
Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these icy marvels, shall we, kiddo? I believe that it's there on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known.
Well, well, well. Hello, Kitty. How are you?
So, Winter Wing. Winter Wing.
Do that one.
Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives?
Fender. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there.
The Zodiac Hall. That makes no sense. Why is there an autumn fucking tree in front of the Winter Wing?
It is freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago.
Work. That sounds about right. That's fair. Just making sure my friend's audio from their game doesn't catch it in my microphone. You're fine. What's with the fucking aim? I know you're they wear, but like, that, you know. Is that like you're my only friend? Well, okay, you are, but like still.
Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what...
Okay, wait, no, I already read that. I'm stupid. Oh my god, it's Titty! I mean, what? It's Run the Light and Desiree the Light. No, it's not Desiree.
I see they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick.
It is the Winter Wing, you know. But you're right. It's like a freezer in here. It could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice.
The temperature controls will be somewhere in the back there, if memory serves. Hey, Milester, can you go peep the degree count? I'm thinking to complain to the management as an order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah?
Alright, if you insist.
Take your time, mosey around and take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so we can have a gander.
Of course.
Alright, investigate. Hello, cow child.
A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing at an art gallery on his own?
She wanted to run a gallery so bad she quit the industry. I don't get it. Just don't get it.
Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps?
Hello, Ron.
So how about this? I scream out, "Oh no! This must be the work of the villain the mask!"
Yeah, and I go, "That's me, the legendary master."
Yeah, then no, say that and you'll be cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. I got to take this more seriously. Otherwise, how are we gonna get this to market to sell?
What exactly are these two plotting?
Hello.
There's an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explanatory text engraved in it.
Nice.
Castor and Pollux. Every year in this...
Oh, like oh, yeah. I mean, I know Castor and Pollux, but like the fact that it's a constellation, I can basically... Well, okay. And I know they're also like Greek gods. Because Castor and Pollux, Castorus and Pollux. What? Polity. No. Wrong Pollux. Anyway.
Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then...
Then the mask...
Yeah, and then I...
I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibits.
Hello.
There are two large ice statues on display here.
Guess these are remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh?
It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead. So many years later.
Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, Milester. But would you mind looking this way a sec?
What? This way?
Beautiful, yeah, just like that.
Fender, really?
Say cheese!
They're so fucking awkward.
Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken.
My bad, big guy, my bad.
All right.
I had to check if this old thing was still working, is all.
Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient.
Yep, a vintage model. You ever heard of an instant camera? It develops the picture right after you take the shot. Still twists my noggin, trying to think how it works.
I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one.
Should've known, Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here.
What? What about it? Toy Story? Oh. Well, I guess you gotta get a friend in you.
For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident.
Whew! I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold, and they develop right away. Want to see?
Once you've already shoved one in my face.
Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these two sculptures represent?
They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during wintertime.
Bingo! He shoots, he scores. Whew, you're a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the winter star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies.
Thanks.
Such as matching those made by the victim 18 years ago.
So the victim made these same zodiac statues out of flavored eyes for the contest 18 years ago.
Sure did. Leveling crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos. I'm good. I only saw the old ones in the photos, though. Now, these are the spit of the originals.
So this is what you wanted to show me.
Yep, think Gregory would have wanted you to see him too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you up.
Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded.
Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion.
Absolutely not.
All right. So those are examined. This one's Taurus.
Such a rather ferocious-looking bull. Not a gaze one would want to be fixed on. But then I was always taught to return a stare with a stare. Although in this case, discretion might be the better part of valor.
Good old that was this one. The plates. The Pleiades?
It's incredibly heavy, though maybe not. They're being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved on the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known as Sibar, Zavari, Sonatori. No. They form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things.
You don't get astronomy, Giles.
This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiacs just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations are displayed in the Winter Wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing, too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose.
Probably.
Huh. Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned.
Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang, thing's locked. That makes sense, I guess. I wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the yard.
According to the pamphlet, the Winter Wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees.
Hooey, that's colder than a snowman's.
Than a snowman's cold bit. Why are you talking about my testicles, Fender? I'm sorry, no.
I'm
gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death?
Yes.
Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another ring and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here.
I suppose so. Scream, okay.
Oh.
What was that?
It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up.
Oh!
Larry. Oh, Larry.
There's someone on the ground. And is that... Larry! What are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on?
Angie!
For fuck's sake.
You should have seen it. It was awful.
Just calm down and tell me why there's an unconscious man on the floor.
I didn't do anything. He just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy.
Is everything alright?
Wait. The smell.
He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here.
Everyone with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room.
Oh, no.
Poison?
10:42 a.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Hello?
How's the victim doing, Fanda?
Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. Still loud, and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedics said there are no signs of external injury, and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. He's not out. They put him in the medical room with a specialist.
I see. I couldn't help noticing that it seems like you knew him, Fanda.
Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusteau. He was back when the whole IS-7 thing went down.
The confectioner. So he was here 18 years ago, too.
Any hoozles, this guy seems to like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Mazzarino?
Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry.
Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You know me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Loris Dunham when I'm dressed like this. I said no more Larry, okay? You got that?
This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Loris Dunham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry.
Whoa! Grade school buddies. I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you'd never click with anybody. Hear that, Andrew? You're lucky you have a friend like me.
I never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here?
Loris, Edgy! How many times do I have to tell you it's Loris?
What are you doing here?
What's it demonized? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that.
Good. Now talk.
You wanna know why I'm here? What the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I'd better scope the place out.
No, not actually for your art at all.
Loris, my man, an artist and a romantic. You'd love to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure. Let's have somebody take an interest for once.
Spare me.
Oh, by the way, Lorisio. Did you notice anything when you found the victim?
Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, that yoga, he just appeared and then split. It was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for.
Oh,
Honored guest, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager.
Now the person from the IS evidence.
Good to see you, Judes.
Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure.
She was at the reception desk when we arrived. So she's the one in charge here.
I can't believe you had to go through something so awful in our first day in business.
Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait. I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory.
Really? You're Mr. Edward's son? Well,
Bouncing Bunhaglies, I mean, what?
isn't this fabulous? A great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2.
Judy, that was the
I'm not singing ever again. I'm sorry.
Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever.
Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions.
He's very polite. Well, there's something strange about her.
Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write in here.
Really, for sure, you even want such thing?
Why do you want it, Larry?
Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on, Miles, sir, you don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing. Guess it's no big surprise.
What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that?
Judy here's a living legend. Not just TV, movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the piece for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come to visit once we're open. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavor.
Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it to my dying day. You and me are peas in a pod, Louise. Peas in a gosh dang pod.
How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity.
A real artist drawing our exhibits. What an honor.
I guess even you have bright ideas once in a while, Leggy. All right, Judy, since you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back.
He's a real live wire, that one.
That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where's she now?
You mean Delicia? Delicia Scott? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with him as I'm only woman on staff. I can't leave the gallery unattended for long.
Alicia Scone. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender?
Sure have. Sounds like our IS7 bingo card isn't complete. Something tells me this isn't a coinkydink.
Perhaps I could offer you, gentlemen, a cup of tea.
A drop of the old Judy Bound special blend? Why not, for old time's sake?
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Nope. Clinks and clatters. Shoots and ladders.
Staff, you'll both excuse me. I better go and explain things to the other visitors.
You go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again.
It's Roma. Ceylon, I believe. Give it a try. This is a fine blend. A top quality Ceylon indeed. It's citrus aroma.
It's set to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back.
Hope you be as good. I be as good, yes. Yes, it is.
There's just one difference. Jude schooled the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems.
Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd?
Every single person from an 18-year-old case, all assembled in the same place at the same time.
Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order.
Mr. Edwards, sir, you're alright!
Sir Edgeworth, Mr. Fender! You got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could. Is he? It's Faraday.
No! Go away! No! No!
Well, if it isn't the cavalry, come on, team, bring it in.
No way.
Dog.
Besides, we're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing.
Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you?
Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off.
That's a lot of countries. A lot of the same country. A lot of Iran.
When it comes to running away, the great thief here right here is the world champ.
Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective.
All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous.
All right, we're counting on you, detective.
Good luck in there, Dickie boy.
That's still an unfortunate name, but like, I mean, all right.
No way, Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective.
I don't know. For some reason, my fucking Cockney British accent is basically just like nasally as shit. I don't know.
Is that worth speaking?
Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir.
Oh, that's the same room. But now, was it always fish? I thought it was a cloth. Wait, did they swap? Yeah, and like what are the generator? Okay, well, unless like the cloth of that one is just like fell down. Hold on. Yeah, no, the cloth of the. No, this is a different room, but the Tauros is still the same. It's still got Tauros, but like the other one was Gemini, but this one is supposed to be Aquarius then? But it's still like more or less shaped the same way. It's still got the arrows, but it also has the lyre, so it's like Apollo. But it's like it's not Gemini anymore. It's Aquarius. Or is Aquarius fishes? Pisces is fishes. It's just waves. Right. Fair. Okay, so it's Pisces now instead of Gemini. But like, okay, yeah. The cloth is swapped. It's no longer on the woman, who does in fact have legs, but it's on. But the cloth is now on the Taurus bull. But like, okay.
Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see.
Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. On the right side, some kind of two-horned animal.
Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal. That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing.
Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. Sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading.
The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire?
No, sir. The fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm. Their fire or smoke to the security room. Guess they read the gas and smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way.
Was anyone in the security room when the alarm went off?
This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. She was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened.
So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers.
Yup. Seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the old gallery soaked for no good reason, I guess.
If it's wait, what? Did I read that probably off of Gumshoe? Yes, it is.
If it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first.
So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess.
And one more thing, it's freezing in here. The say it isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing.
So the autumn wing is cold too.
I checked the temperature, it's 286.5 degrees in here, sir.
Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? Because it isn't!
That's about all I got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir.
Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. Nothing about the broken panel up top? Alright. April 2nd, 11:15, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
What did Gummy have to say?
He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry.
Huh? I don't get it.
I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation.
Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves.
Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime?
Oh yeah, there is one guy, Miles' best bud.
Is what?
Ugh, if we have to. And I guess we have to.
Alright, time to talk to Lawrence.
Wait, that's...
Kay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna see, Larry, right?
Here's the deal, Kay. I'm in Lower East right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist.
Ah, so it's the alias. I like it. Good to see you, Larry.
I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people.
I have some questions for you, Larry.
What the? Am I a suspect? Just because I found a guy doesn't mean I did the crime.
I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly?
Look, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did, anyway. Whoa, Chief, you don't sound too sure of yourself at the end there.
Something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. You've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suspect I've better find out what he did this time.
Alright, bet.
Tusk, tusk, tusk. Logic chess. I'm gonna throw my little pieces at you in the face.
Do we have logic tests in the previous? Yeah, we did. We have the bear guy.
Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However,
I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, and you can't prove otherwise.
Oh, 2 pawns that are clean?
it's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I need to buy my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with.
Mind chess! Commence!
Why exactly did you come to the gallery today?
What kind of question is that? What, do you think I don't belong in a gallery or something?
Yes.
Hey, you're gonna ignore me and then I'm gonna paint your portrait. When I'm done, I'll scribble all over it.
Uh-huh.
I'm joking, okay? I never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks.
According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree.
Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work.
Nope, that's just... Nope, I just need to keep waiting. What would I say? Set up my opponent's reaction to pick my response accordingly. Bide. 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 Okay.
Just call Lulu, okay? She says my pictures are masterpieces. If she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all.
And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone?
What, a guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know.
Nope. Okay. No, I actively need to wait for him to not be angry when I'm asking for pieces. Fuck! No! I didn't mean to press that button. Why are you here? Buy my time. Buy my time. Buy my time. Buy my time.
Fine, Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? I thought I could do a sketch of the snatch to show her on a date.
And I expect you're pretty proud of the sketch?
Not so much this time, actually. But you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kind of like it.
Oh. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu.
What? How'd you figure all that out?
From your incessant prattling. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Fine, then I won't say another word.
Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the camp. Thank fuck. Well, we'll soon see what he's hiding. Just a matter of time. What did you want to go here? Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here.
What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. Just kind of hung around by the fountain. Who gives it? If you don't have anything to ask, let me get back to my sketching.
Guess I ignored blathering for too long. Okay, no, so... Yeah, no, it makes sense. That is the reaction. Did you get a pamphlet? You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk.
Huh? My, I mean, entry isn't... It's not free to get in here?
You didn't pay upon entry? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying?
I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. It just wasn't out of it. I thought entry was free.
Miss Bound wasn't at the... You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time?
Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite.
Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident.
And right after she finally got the place open for business, too. Poor Judy. Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction, is gonna be ruined now.
You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it?
Oh! How did you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it.
Larry's not one to confess so easily. And again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry?
You don't let up, do you? I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. I thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead.
Want to learn more here? Okay, so I need to start with a different approach. So, did they enter? Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing?
What is that? Is it suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in here there, sure, but...
You mean you didn't go in? You tried to get in, but you couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but an old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking.
The victim prevented you from entering? They were unable to enter the Winter Ring because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you.
Yeah, came out of the Winter Wing door, and then down he went.
Or was it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of?
That stupid poison gas thing had never happened. I'd be in there happily sketching away right now.
Larry seems to have the Autumn Wing and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. That's probably a useful clue. What did you see?
You don't let up, do you?
Can I deploy my clue? So what became of your sketch? Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse.
Well, I did not see some. Well, that doesn't prove I did see some. Totally terrifying either, does it?
So you saw something totally terrifying, did you? Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying.
How did you do it, Edgy? You're some kind of mind reader. Fine. I guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer.
No, Larry's definitely... Larry's the furthest thing from gay. What are you talking about? He's so straight, it's almost painful. To a unhealthy degree. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. That wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. Mind chess, checkmate. Eat shit, Larry.
I couldn't help staring at the Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
You keep talking about a Gemini statue. Well, there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible.
What do you mean? I think I saw a ghost statue or something?
I'm still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at.
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Wing gestures features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini.
Guess that makes sense.
Why is he more surprised? Why is he not more surprised by that?
It did seem pretty weird, though, to think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either.
Other stuff?
You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great! Let me show you.
Show me what, exactly?
I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not confident in my work, so
I want to see. I want to see.
Really? Alright, here!
Oh. What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood.
I have to say, Laurie, it's pretty scary.
Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad, I screamed out loud.
He wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly?
What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half is suddenly the fish! That's what I mean. A goddess with a fishy bottom half. Sounds like Pisces to me. Heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into a fish to escape some baddie.
Oh, really? That Pisces was just two plain old fish.
Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish? Some pretty cursed stuff right there.
Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Pisces statues. Okay.
Oh, look at you, tucking it carefully into your organizer.
I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom.
You're the worst, Edgy! The worst! Kinda freaky dicky though, huh? A statue with a bottom half that changed shape? You're pretty keen to find out what went down in the Autumn Wing, aren't you?
I suppose I am, yes. Could that be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Probably. Yes, Edgeworth speaking.
Just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now.
Thanks. Good work, Detective. It seems it's finally as safe to enter the Autumn Wing.
The good detective sure has impeccable timing.
Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue.
You going in there, Kay? Maybe I should come along too.
You really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. All right, everyone, to the Autumn Wing. Here we are at last. It really does look a lot like the Winter Wing.
Glad you could make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry.
No, for the last time! The name's not Reese Dunham! Detective, your report if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently.
Somebody using it to heat something. Sounds like just before the police arrived, possibly to heat something. I'm guessing the... Because this place was constantly cold, right? And even these statues are supposed... Well, okay, no, these statues are supposed to be glass. But Gumptious says it's currently like 26.5 degrees in here. So this place was like replicated to be something else, I guess? Was the sublet already like that when you entered?
Yeah, this was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was leaked inside the case until someone opened the lid.
Is that so? The Pisces statue.
Huh? You're sure up on your constellations, sir. You know that the one in the other cases too?
This is the Autumn Wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn.
There's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird claw that's draped around it kinda tripped me up. Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing there?
And we have evidence that the IS-7 incident, too. Most cloth data jotted down.
Taking a look around. Seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases, too.
Yeah, this just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad.
Sure, let me whip them all right off for you.
Oofles a doofles.
Wow, they're beautiful.
Oh. But then... the transformation Larry witnessed could have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away.
See, Edgy, see? Was I just imagining things? I wasn't mistaken.
Well, there was Aquarius.
Ugh. Listen, Miles there. I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look like just like the Winter Wing.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in such a way as to make them look similar. With a cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same.
Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half up, but he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer.
So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here. Wouldn't you, Vinda?
Hold it.
Mr. Winner and Judge Gravel.
Ugh! What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. There's mice in here.
Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed to my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene.
Ugh.
And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you.
You got it all wrong! It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. You guys? I don't know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean? Exactly! Your salary check is taking a hit! Are you looking forward to payday now? I always wanted to say that. Man, I'm getting a wage cut from you of all people.
Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right.
Oh, he is, huh? You're saying you should give him a bonus instead.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump.
Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed grounds of the scene.
What? We just got here!
The goddess of justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace and Eustace alone.
By which you mean this is Mr. Winnett's case.
That's exactly what you means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I saw this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything. What'd you say? A suspect already? Who? Who else but your eyes friend over there? Huh? Me? What's going on, Archie?
Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boys' minds work.
It's surprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset.
Lack the attitude. Something tells me he doesn't know the winning turn of phrase.
Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude.
Yeah, exactly. What's your aptitude, smart guy?
Wow, he's totally shameless.
Underestimate my information gathering skills to your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from.
And where might that have been?
It was, this chemical you find everywhere. I can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second. Let's just call him real quick.
Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone.
Why let him make the call if you know the answer?
The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxion.
What kind of chemicals are they?
Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it's entirely begame.
So it's something anyone could get their hands on.
Precisely. But the same cannot be said for asphyxion.
That does sound nasty. What's it used for?
It's the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from.
Poison gas ingredients. Red and white to make pink, which we technically did see.
I'm back! I know the name of the chemical now.
Now waste your breath. Judge Gavel informed us already.
Huh? Oh, great. That makes it quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, ubiquium, is used in paint stuff, right? And there was somebody here in the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. You can't accuse me just because of that. Objection to the paint and the palette in your hand. How's it's okay, kid, okay. Seems a little,
Indeed. I haven't known him for long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions, yeah?
I guess.
Hey! Quit talking about me like I'm not even here!
I need to figure things out, because, like, now that Larry's here, I can't really do the proper whiny voice for Eustace and Larry.
Maybe I'll have to give him a little bit more of a this guy, but
No, that sounds like Eddie too much. I'll have to figure out.
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by...
You want to be Larry?
Hey, you tell him, Archie.
You know what? You know what? That gave me the good choice for that. Yeah, thank you.
They're simply intimidated by you, nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of their winning deductions?
Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers.
Huh?
Get a load of this. Our friend, the artist here, won the race to find the victim. It was first at the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was scaring paint on his person, and he was one winning straight away from the victim. Which surely makes you the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Gavel? You think so too, right?
It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps?
I think you might have left my heart there, you know? And you might have picked it up.
Oh, be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Or maybe I should like give him a Beavis voice.
You said,
No, I don't know. Or maybe Butthead would work better.
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So make the feet and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs. Because I win.
I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic. But I don't suppose I have much choice. Winner's winning deduction. Alright, goody. Let's just press everything. Hold it. I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character.
First to admit, you tried to beat me to it. But you can't, because I'm the winner. I'm the first rate, always.
I'm the first-rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. Because people could sound similar, so like, maybe you should be.
The gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium.
Huh? No. I'm not doing. We do indeed. Seems it's found a number of everyday products.
Right? Which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious.
Isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too?
She has a winning point, I guess, right, Gavel?
I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things.
In other words, paint is the only possible explanation.
No, but this is the rest of my amazing deduction, will you?
Who's carrying paint on the person was one that was trying to wave a victim, okay? It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas.
Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either.
Is that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Ezra's speaking style as a shortcut to looking cool, you know.
You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak.
Anyway, to bring you all home, my winning deduction shows he had pain and he was close to the victim.
Surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. That's really all you're basing your suspicion of Mr. Butts on.
What? No problem with that? Show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up.
Literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, so let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener. We also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption.
Yeah, you haven't found the other guy and he still got it wrong somehow.
Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. No. The others here won their race to find the victim. Gas the victim with poison made with ubiquium, which, as we know, is found in paint. Campaign as person is the one winner straight away from the victim. I guess we present the formula to him? With the fact that we know already that the white stuff is not commonly found, so we need the other stuff, so... Yeah, that it was.
Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence.
So you agree that it's zero bright?
What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces.
It did, and it was created by the artist guy. With the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium.
Allow me to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance, as fiction. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all.
It wouldn't? Well, they said the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium.
So you're telling me all this was based on a mishearing of the forensic report? The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about.
My aptitude? What does it even mean? Now, let me use the word 5 minutes ago.
It means what ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace.
And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely.
I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again.
What I'm doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation.
Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements.
And what flaws might those be?
Firstly, that you cannot prove that your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing. And secondly, that you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime.
But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium with white asphyxion. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else.
Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble.
We're not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help.
You saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you.
I can certainly point you towards a vital clue as to how it was done.
He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him.
It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further to a corner.
If you are sure.
Come on, then. Show me what you got. What shows the gas would get it, huh?
The sketch.
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing.
Well, they did say I have a good eye.
The red tears Mr. Butts saw. That was the ubiquium.
Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried this stuff out? What, to accompany some kind of evil spirit?
How much time am I going to have to waste talking through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. You must have mixed with something else inside that case.
Wait! What if it's yeah that that's what happened?
The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids mixed together. The fucking pink! Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed.
Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxion?
We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white?
Don't treat me like a dum-dum, Edgy. I didn't graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white make pink. I mean, there's a variations. You got your rose pinks, your baby pink.
That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner?
Oh, I think I do. Ubiquium is red, asphyxion is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is.
Yes, very good. Got there in the end.
Yes. Interesting.
I think you finally convinced them.
Mr. Edgeworth, you've raised a possibility. Nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the results of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity?
Hey, I do everything exactly as Hassan. True artist never lies, embellishes the truth.
Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion.
Ugh, she's a cold one, but I like it.
You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction.
It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth. Especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer.
Why are you slapping me, Chroma? What the fuck?
How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you're able to, there's little more to discuss.
Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that.
Mr. Cousteau? He's still conscious. and in critical condition.
He is? Oh.
How you doing, big dog? I'm doing fine. I'm asking why you slapping me.
Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you'll be so kind as to leave him in peace.
Hold it. What we holding?
Hold it!
For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist?
We could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen.
I am Justice Verity Cavell, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with childish epithets.
Funny she tells me your name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurie Dunham, but you can call me Laurie.
If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Dunham.
Oh yeah, sorry, just something I forgot to mention. Yours luck. Tried to open it and then the old guy came tumbling out.
It does appear that the door can only be unlocked from the inside.
I'm choosing violence today. I mean, all right, fine. Just you do you, I guess.
However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as a claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that. But, yep, they tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Miles Reno?
It is. I distinctly remember how it went.
So, Winterwing. I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery's open for bids, but the Winter Wonderwings off limits with gives.
Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside.
And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time?
The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one.
I see. Then I suppose we will have to take you at your collective word.
That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Cavell, you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect. And that once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark.
What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions.
It's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right?
Very well. Then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Dunham, you may step down from the stand.
Huh? Go, you mean? I was enjoying your time together, Verity.
But big dog got crimes to solve. I do got crimes to solve. I'm solving them now. What are you talking about? Shut up.
I was enjoying your time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please.
Overruled.
Show no mercy. Squish my heart into goopy mush. I love it.
Who exactly is this next suspect?
The pharmacist Delicious Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra. But someone in here, her line of work, would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I'm sure.
My winning? Of course, Cavell. Let's go get her at once. Hey, just take the 5 foot. You carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay? Sure.
Is it possible? Could Judge Cavell have suspected Miss Scone from the start?
Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh?
What exactly is your angle here, Judge Cavell? What's your shape? What's your bust size? I mean, what?
Save my progress. Zodiac Hall, Autumn Wing.
They sure are taking their time. I thought it was supposed to be a 10-minute recess.
Sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Alicia Scone, and here she is.
Hello, dears. Young man said you wanted to speak to me? Lisa Snow, beware of the most wondrous ways of pharmacist ever at your service. Delicious to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some.
You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want.
Alright, Winnie Pooh. Whatever you say. Lovely to meet you, dearie.
So much for calling me the winner.
Oh, have you met before, young man?
Get a load of this, Felicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son.
Well, I'm never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smilesy.
Must address me by my given name, just Miles will do.
Oh, great to pick like the boy, and you're grown up too. Make me feel my age, why don't you?
I wonder just how old she is.
Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist.
Oh yeah! What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone?
Right, that is a dear mercy duty, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 young years. No one's going to stop me from now.
I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusteau in the immediate aftermath of the attack.
Oh, I didn't do much, really. I tried to do a quick antidote for the dear doctor.
Wow, make an antidote just like that?
Oh, yes, dear. That was a antibiotic really attack and throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was just well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him with here than losing 5 minutes taking him to hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him.
And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious?
Oh, yes! Well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, as so they say.
Interesting. She's a well-known public figure.
Oh, yes, dear. He was in the news and everything. Confectioner crafting king of the world, they said.
Wow, so the old dog really went to Zhangfa and upped his game, just like he said he would.
Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand. Miss Scone, are you familiar with a substance known as infesticide ultra?
Of course, dear. Well, give it up. You know what? Oh, it's definitely strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shop.
Might I ask what you mean by you know what?
The little president for the life of the poor is and ladies like you, Julie, that's what. That's the little British. We don't want people's nice place places and terrorizing them.
Oh, I get it. Those.
Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxiant and ubiquim are combined?
Oh, yes. Right there, the pesticide ultras, doctor. Do not make these products containing ubiquim. Ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. But once again, effective inhalation includes respiratory complications and, well, death. The poor customer nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need maybe 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say.
It certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist.
Ubiquim's awful thick and sticky and it hits up very quickly indeed. It uses a black red and smells bitter for us. Oh, and chip as chips. That's why they use in everything. Asphyxiant's more watery and it's white in color.
That will do. Thank you. You're clearly well informed, Miss Scone.
As well as ship it, dearie. But you have pesticide ultras made by the company I work for.
Wait, are you preheating the oven currently, or did you already, like, put it in? Okay, good.
Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, then don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You could buy it even if you couldn't buy it even if you wanted to.
Yes, Miss Scone. Very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know.
Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind.
What is it, Detective Flyfoot? A development report?
Yes, sir. Turns out the sculptor's glass display case is open from the top,
That's really unusual.
and the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it.
Pretty lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, I found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Trace of ubiquitous.
Oh, now we're talking.
That's odd. If there was a ubiquim stuck the way it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid.
It would, huh? So odd things wind up as they are now.
I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Miss a Thief might.
You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away.
Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy, but whatever. Anything for the truth.
Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need for your help. We will find the truth ourselves.
Youch! Why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait. Don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out.
I'm not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around.
What exactly does she have in mind here?
Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation.
You heard the lady's smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could beat, no?
Yes, the answer is indisputable.
In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poisonous gas?
It would have to be... It would have to be Gusteau then. Because he was the only one in the room. And like anyone else in the room would have to be like eventually be poisoned by the shit, right? The victim, Carmelo Gusteau, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case.
Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well. I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately.
Understood. Given that Mr. Gusteau did open the case, we still have no idea why.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth. Tell me what you want to see.
Let us use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off.
On it.
You scared me like that!
So this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief.
Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquitous frozen to the underside of the top part of the case.
Yeah, which is what's keeping the lid on real tight.
The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house here, there, huh, Pisces?
And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked?
Well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage.
I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. We also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing sides. Surface. Thoughts?
Ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracks. Makes me think about those deeply edged lines on your forehead.
It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack.
Huh. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat cracked in the first place?
Why indeed. A heat-cracked glass lid, lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium.
You look like the cat got the cream. That got the cream, Mazzarino. You know what happened, don't you?
I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusteau opened the case.
What? But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first!
We have been quite the wait.
Oh, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers.
How does Mr. Gusteau open the case? The blowtorch.
Take that!
The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack.
A blowtorch? You use a blowtorch to open a glass case.
Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusteau was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid.
Indeed.
Beat me to the answer for a second. We'll see what's the end.
Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue.
No, was Edward making things hard to understand?
Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along too?
Sure, sure. Just for him. All right, here goes.
Mr. Gusteau was alone in the autumn wing. And while he was in here, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquitarium on the other side of the lid. Underside of the lid.
Uh-huh, and?
As the ubiquitarium melted, it melted with the asphyxion that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing a poisonous gas. When Mr. Cousteau had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed.
Good.
So he opened the case, and out came the gas.
I mean, I'm streaming, so it uses also connection of upload and download, and also playing off of the Switch. So, like, I'm already pretty much using, like, extra device of internet, and then already a device of internet. Plus, on top of that, the PlayStation and the phone. So, like, the internet is definitely cut down. Upside is for my stream, I'm using Ethernet, so it's cabled. But that's still usage of internet. So sorry, it's gonna be a little...
So you opened the case, now came the gas, huh?
So he got there in the end.
But why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open a case in the first place?
I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was.
I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here.
But you too did it, my little Republican. I was ever so confused what way it being where Chilliwack's room was and where others years ago. It's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who want to be our 6s and 7s, huh?
Why 6s and 7s specifically? No, don't do that. The internet fucked that over.
Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. I have to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose.
Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer.
The answer to what exactly?
The man was going to win it all. A dramatic exit stage left sort of artsy-fartsy farewell.
Have you been listening at all this whole time?
At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on.
Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative.
Winners? Sure, thank you, Belle.
Thank you indeed. I find it always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional.
In the meantime, would you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot.
And what is it now?
I took the liberty of investigating your friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me.
That's nothing to brag about, you know?
Shut up! Did you see him talking? Anyway, I'm gonna pay on my suicide here for now. Yeah, I have something more important to tell you. It was Mr. Liskin who set up the poltergeist trap.
How could you say that?
I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scullen. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you use your expertise to try to take one.
I beg your pardon! How dare you! What did you just do?
Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winter? Or Winner?
You bet I can. Get a little dish. Here's Mr. Licious pharmacist license. And it says right here that she's authorized to handle infesticide ultra.
The product that we have established contains asphyxion, one of the ingredients of our poison gas.
Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Mr. Licious is no ordinary person. He's a card-carrying pharmacist.
How you doing? Was you just a damn mistake?
Objection!
And that's not all. There's a bottle of infesticide ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints.
You know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the bakery. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, hmm?
Like who? Sybil? Well, I mean, I wasn't planning on making her sound like Sybil. I was planning on making her sound like Jeff the Shark. Or Elmo. Or Jeff's and Elmo's love child.
There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building, an ample opportunity to prepare your trap. Lying while you lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my back tomb, I'm
What is she looking for?
That's your age. And that's your age.
That cloth looks familiar.
Ah, you go. I knew it was here somewhere. Look.
And what is this?
There's something written on it, I think.
April 1st, complaint filed. Events theft. Item stolen, Infesticide Ultra 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft.
A what?
You see the police? I told you something beating off me. We ain't going to that.
Oh, would you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today?
That's exactly what I mean to say. Hey, the bottom you found me was the one and all. You always have some of your amazing bag. It's okay, you know. I was supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but I forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now think you're silly on me. Someone's gotta mix it up like poor cozy guys with the stuff.
I see. But why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you?
Like I said, it's a case. You never know what would've Sam might appear.
You mean the gassy little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done!
Well, what do we do now?
Of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Mrs. Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us.
Good idea. Alright, I'm gonna go give a precinct a call. They'll go anywhere.
Miss Scone might not be guilty after all.
Indeed, she really were the one to set up that poison gas trap. Then I highly doubt that she would have used a method that directly implicates her.
So who do you think did it, Smiles?
Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, at the time and the means to prepare. Two factors which point to one very specific person.
Oh yeah? Who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy.
Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room up to look like another. Judy. She's the owner. Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared it in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless.
So it was her, huh?
Strange. It's like he already knew.
Whew, nice shooting, Mazzarino. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal.
That is not what I was hoping for.
I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged, which means that we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions.
You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash?
No! I mean, we're just getting started.
Oh? Then what's our next move?
Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound.
And then?
And then I'll think about what to do after that.
Eustace? Mr. Gusteau's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it will be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly.
Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing.
Yes, sir.
Come on, we're going to talk to Miss Bound.
Very good, Eustace.
We'll join you, if you don't mind.
Yay. I like Gavel. She's kind of evil-coded, but not really. Not too fond of, like, the big-ass forward bang that she has over one eye, but she's still cool. Also hot. Anyway.
Alright, you you have your orders. Go talk to Miss Malbony.
Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bout ourselves?
Sure, but I thought why not let the grunt handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for their report. I went in study.
You spoiled little.
Ugh, so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain.
It's a boy! You know this gets up!
On earth? Order! Order in the court! Somebody call forensics!
But you, sir, real bad news!
Order! I will have order, detective!
The ice sculpt's in the windowing!
Huh? When the oven's like heated up? I mean, it's already warming, so it'll warm it inside, so like you can just put food inside. And then like you can put on, you can press the like clock button on the side and use the pluses and minuses to like increase the time and lower the time.
They've all melted!
What?
Tick!
Huh?
Say?
Oh. Funny joke, guys. Come on. It's not that big ha-has.
What is the meaning of this?
Now we have 2 victims?
Yeesh. Talk about deja vu. It's like 18 years ago. Even the ice melted again.
Again?
This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinkydink. You're with me, right, Mazzarino?
I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it.
Great minds think alike. Alright then. Time for another trip down memory lane.
To be continued. Here. The events of 18 years past again.
I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Or that has been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest and one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. He pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock-salt lamp and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicia Scone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away.
18 years ago.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Christmas, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue, fountain, room.
Oh, Mr. Frost, we're destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy.
I'm glad I at least remember his voice.
He told us to get out, and to no uncertain terms.
So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk.
Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene.
Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth.
You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth.
Sorry, Arthur. It's not my reason to yawn.
You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person.
What if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth?
It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included, which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations. To be friends to the friendless.
Friends to the friendless.
Now, we may not be able to investigate Mr. Frost's room at his home, but that doesn't mean we give up.
Whoa, you're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth.
You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough.
I will. I promise.
Mr. Edward, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means.
Oh, you're the best, Miss Bound.
Chocolate. Tangaroa's favorite, handmade by Bound, rather misshapen and incredibly sweet.
Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Well, these are a little too sweet for my liking. They're a little uniquely shaped.
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste.
No way, they're great. So sweet.
You're very kind. I imagine evil people and mediocre confectioner.
What? You mean you made those yourself?
Yes, since I love chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend most of his time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing.
I am sorry, did you say something?
Nope, none at all.
Dear sweet Eddie, you really do have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Bound.
Of course,
Did I say Mr. Bound? Jesus Christ.
but right what I have to stay here otherwise.
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby. Mr. Tangaroa took him.
Huh?
That's right. On a snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do. I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard.
I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself.
And to think today is Christmas Eve. And I can't even give his present in person. I had to wait and save him anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, please just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim?
Yawns.
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures made of the vinyl.
Oh.
My. They're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Or I thought you could make just such intricate statues out of flavor ties. Some adore them too.
Oh, hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right?
I didn't know you were so keen. You were keen on constellations in the zodiac, Eddie.
Oh, I love it. A stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something you ever get to.
Wait, really? I thought you just said you didn't know him very well.
Oh, he didn't seem like the type.
Seems like she got something hot, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound?
Yes, I used the instant camera here. You develop the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Oh, I'd love to see it in action.
And where did I take your picture?
Yes! Come on, Mr. E! Let's get a shot of the both of us!
Well, alright then. We'll be ashamed to waste a good hair day.
Ready, say cheese. Here, right now. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Bender.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much! That's such a cool camera!
Well, it's the only one we've got. We use it for all our picture taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
But there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroo used the same camera during the contest.
Yes, you seem correctly. He used it for some work in progress pictures of his escape.
Soundscape? Seascape, excuse me.
And later to take some photos of the other contestants' work.
But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Ah, yes. Since I want the pictures of all the entrants completed room. But the final film, but the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Cousteau's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
But had he really, though?
I to a living area to check the film. I was passing through the fountain room on my way back. When I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Ah! Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was so automatic. I remember I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera has been with me ever since.
Ever since.
I see. I see indeed.
Wait, just scroll through things. No, mommy.
I see. It'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera this picture was found.
Of course. Here you go.
Thank you.
This camera added to the court record. All right, what else we got? Cross room added to the court record.
Detective Bad! Miss Scone! Are they done investigating?
You did with me, that's for sure. The big man that told me to clear out. Honestly, the Americans were the enemy. Get sick of them.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene.
Did he run you off too, Detective Bad?
Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for the Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost Room.
What about?
About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room.
That's right. And I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number one at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. Was that really why Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. You'd need it. It's all yours.
Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us?
Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective.
Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this.
Yeah, well, not Von Karma stooge. He's gonna stonewall my investigation, and I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep finding the truth. How can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bane.
Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E.
Well, I haven't forgotten what you're talking about. But here's the new friend, eh?
It's definitely nice to have a good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, take a look at that photograph. Here.
That's a peeky.
That's what Frost Room looks like right now.
Yikes! There's nothing left on his flavored ice sculptures, but puddles.
The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this to the photo I just borrowed from Miss Barrow. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this.
Yeah. Once that was out of the socket, the display case lost power, and up the temperature went. It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip.
Do you have any idea when it was unplugged?
Nope. Still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. Oh, what a waste.
You can do that again. I should have taken a few more parts out of them when I had the chance.
So they tasted good?
Did they ever? They never tried ices of scripts and marmalade.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Scripts except for the salty bit. Of course, that was unbearable.
The salty bit?
Is in the other photo you got there? The carpet.
Gemini's liar.
Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them?
What is it, devil? It's just a little devil. I thought it was horrible and salty.
No statement out of the rules. Frost sculptures were scrumptious, except for the lyre, which was salty. Okay.
It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a faint little mark on the cinnamon book.
Bless you.
There was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Just look just like that.
It's almost like a signature or something. Wait,
I just knew Miss Frost wouldn't have made that hard without steam. Step back, just keep it in part of detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound. But are you certain you didn't know Miss Frost particularly well?
No, but I knew him, I swear.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude toward his work.
No, but the sculpture was so carefully made, I didn't think it was something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that.
What makes you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. And it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence.
Well, I don't know what to talk about if you don't share. So what are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours?
That is put to Miss Frost. This is the first. The seal, right?
But now the second.
This one?
Take that.
So it was a shocking truth.
Really?
Not sure I've seen this link, Mr. E.
Yeah, no, that wasn't right.
Not especially fond of one of the pieces of evidence we've gathered. Especially fond. Which 2 items point to Mr. Frost? The first... I mean, the PH, we see that part, but I'm not sure... Scone's statement? No. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Because, like, okay, obviously, I think we do need to point out, like, the ring, the insignia, obviously. But, like, what else is there to show? Like, is it the fucking, what's the word? Is it the... would it be the chocolate ship? Hold on. Well, this one I already checked, so no. This rules. Look up the title of the world's greatest confectioner. Judge will proceed clockwise to the leftmost room. Which, wild, but okay. Yeah, no. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration stands as display materials provided. Cool. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Oh, yeah, we already know that much. I can't examine this, which is sad, but okay. Crime scene notes. Found in Samson's Gregworth's room inside the chocolate treasure chest. The lid was closed until the ship collapsed. Part of the treasure chest was covered in blood is missing. Every other item in the room is also missing a piece of itself. Cause of death appears to have been blood loss. That's the image with that. Oh, I can examine the teapot?
Yes, what a gorgeous design.
Really? Just seems a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your tea in there?
Art is about function, Eddie. It's about form.
Guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff's way beyond me. Okay. Oh. Oh. Look, there's something stamped at the bottom. It says PH.
I suppose that must be Paul Halik's pottery mark. Those are his initials, after all. Miss Bound said she's a big fan of his work.
His initials, huh? So if I'd made it, it would say EF.
Perhaps you should practice by initialing your personal belongings first.
Oh, okay. So maybe the ring and the insignia and that then.
Take that.
Now the second, a seal. Right? Okay. It was just the teapot that we didn't know jack shit about.
Miss Sco found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's eye sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work.
I guess not. That's right, dear. Just like you said. Tailoring tattoos of the letters P and carved in the blood of them.
TH. Shouldn't be AF. You think so, but take a look at this. Is the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. It will impress into the surface of an item and will leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark was seen printed on the bottom of the items in the tea set.
The same body mark.
What did I just say? Potty mark? Pottery mark.
Ah, yes. He has the same shit stains.
No. I should not be talking about that while you're reading. Yeah, fair.
We've already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halik. From there, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware. Correct, Miss Bound?
Well, yes, I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his work, so it truly is.
You mean Paul Halik was... That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least, as far as Miss Bow was concerned. We see Mr. Frost was, in fact...
famed sculptor.
Mr. Frost was, in fact, none other than the famed sculptor Paul Halik.
What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person? But it's not like the mark is hard to copy, though. Anyone seen it could fake being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say it was.
It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct.
All right. All of the boys look into it.
I know.
I should have known I could hide it from you, Mr. Edward.
So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was.
I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul. Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that.
And be honest. Did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
Why do you ask me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken.
Oh, I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Simpson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging. Now you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take the picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
This suggests that you only took 2 pictures with the new film. One of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do?
Piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures. The room?
Take that!
The camera, right?
The camera?
You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me.
Oh, he gave us a picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too.
3 photographs in total. Yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining, out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of.
What?
I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you.
These are all shots. Frost's room.
I'm so sorry.
Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle.
And when they were taken,
The ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me. It was you?
It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was.
you are.
Why?
But you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Leake's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film of a proper perspective.
Propriety? What? Posterity. Okay.
And
How did you make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
by mistake. Are you sure?
Didn't notice at the time, but well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
Seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it, but I'm not in a position to refute it either.
What's with me a yawning dog? I slept 9 hours today. What the fuck?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please, don't get worried about it. Don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth.
What is that? No hard feelings, Mr. Bound.
Miss fucking the Sonic voices doesn't help.
Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. Hope it helps.
2 photos, one from Bound and one from Detective Bad. Oh, him again. Yep. Uh-huh. I wanted to look at the record, though. That is a little far to be tripping over it for. Ah, but the engine's gone as well. The thing that's supposed to make you glow.
Are you eternal lords still here? You don't know where to give up. Linger for as long as you would like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either, but I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Van Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. And to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything. If Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was...
Silence! You are not to give the authority even the tiniest shred of information. Duty bound, you are coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accursed Samson Tangaroa.
No,
I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please. I'm not done questioning her myself.
Did you think I care because? Bad, Gusto, and you, Scorn. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers.
Fine by me.
He took literally everyone with him.
Indeed. Well, I suppose that business little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going. Anyway, it is rather late. I hope the snow is let up.
You're right. Home time. I guess my stomach's in agreement, too.
Alright, let's go grab a burger. Before my own stomach starts grumbling, too.
Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be finding fit for tomorrow.
I can read, don't worry. What are you talking about? Shut up.
We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa.
To be continued.
Yep. No, I do want to save. How dare you? How dare you not let me save?
You dare?
Anyway. I'm just gonna take a munch. Post Christmas 10 a.m. Okay. Excuse me.
Hey, it's Miss Bound.
Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, so he really seemed interested in how I melted those captors.
You here to see Mr. Tangaroa too?
Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
Oh. There's bad.
Detective Bad, what are you doing back there?
Sorry.
Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon.
Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay.
Good morning.
Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you?
Oh no! Samson, what did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little... tired. And not letting you sleep.
That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad?
I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy that put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa.
You got it, Mystery. My notepad is at the ready.
Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it.
Of course, thank you.
Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out.
I'm fine. I think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Samson.
If anything might give him a little energy boost, we sure do. We got chocolate. Can I? Oh, the right with X. My bad. My BG.
Oh, is that chocolate for me?
Oh, those are the chocolates.
I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so.
Oh, that's a shame, but rules are rules, I suppose.
There must be some way we can hand them to him.
I hope Detective Bad is nothing is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad.
My hero!
I'm touched. Thank you, Detective.
Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here.
You don't know how much this means to me.
Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes.
Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, to sample these treats.
Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot.
I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all.
Oh, sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Oh, whether your handiwork, Judy.
Yes, where were they?
Feel the melt, soft and smooth, chocolates that'll comfort and soothe.
I'm not fit to sing the rest of that. Oh. Are you gonna regain your hair color? No, okay.
Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them.
I'm glad you're back to your old self.
My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair.
Wow, is the food here really all that bad?
Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that.
Yes, and yet, I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the seat.
Whoops. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene.
No, stop. I didn't mean to press buttons. Fuck off.
Before you go, Detective, do you have anything new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halik.
Artie Frost was Paul Halik. I never would have imagined.
Poor Mr. Halik.
So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh?
This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halik was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public.
He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. A bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece? Nah. Seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to. The winter constellations.
The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini?
So the two made out of ice would have completed the set.
Yeah, now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, Miss Bound. I wasn't blaming you.
One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt.
I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems.
Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest?
None. Guy didn't even tell his family.
I see.
Alright. It's 30 now. Okay. I mean, if you're connected, if you need it, you can also, like, because the connection is still goes through with the place here, right? So, I don't know if it, like, will work in my room. Maybe that will. Maybe. True. I mean, I don't know if my speaking is getting caught into it. Well, now? Right?
Alright.
No worries.
Alright. I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard. But I can't be hanging around here any longer.
Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly.
He's a good man.
He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in.
And to scare the pants off anybody new he meets.
Now you're going to tell me about what you learned yesterday?
Oh, right. No, that's the wrong one.
Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday.
Of course. Allow me to give you a full report.
Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can.
Alright.
What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest?
Let's see. It was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusteau's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well.
Which was?
It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing.
Huh? What exactly does work look like?
Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion.
I'll show it to you later, Miss Desmond.
Much appreciated, Miss Bound.
But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime.
You were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime?
Yes, I wasn't aware of what happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song.
I'm sorry, but are you saying that the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind.
Nope, no, that's not that.
You're quite sure it was the lyre tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work.
I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in the display case.
Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was a lie. The one shown here without any strings.
Oh, it was strings originally. That was the part I ate.
So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them. Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish.
That it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste.
Something wrong? How so exactly?
There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors, and I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now.
That would explain why the food here seemed to bland to her.
But the taste matters your livelihood. Your livelihood.
Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion.
You do?
I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like.
Samson, we can't show the recipe to just anybody.
Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets for him. From him.
Yes, you're right. Of course. If that is what you wish.
What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding?
Well, I suppose I should be getting back.
All right. We'll be right behind you.
Hang on, give me a sec.
Judy,
Yes, Samson.
there's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around.
Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you excuse me.
Wait, Miss Bound!
Judy,
Oh, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her?
because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs above her own.
What do you mean?
The Hala collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy.
Huh.
She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person, to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want for her the last thing I want for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me.
I guess that makes sense.
He really does see her as her own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime.
Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session.
Ah, yes. You'll have to do something about that.
You'll speak to the police for me?
That too. But I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up a sleeve for when the time comes.
I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too.
Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it.
Mr. Tangaroa, Your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. It will make it that much harder for me to save you.
I understand, and I'll try.
I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that.
It involves like literally this, like the fact that that was the penalty on Von Karma. Probably. Fountain room again.
Detective Baird, thank you again for what you did earlier.
Yeah, thanks a ton.
What are you talking about?
There's no need to be shy about it.
Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more. We're indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown.
What? But we need to see those other rooms.
This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. You guys probably got a hand in that too. Don't expect to speak with anybody, except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers.
Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far?
So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised. You have my gratitude.
Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks.
Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area?
Sure, but like I said, everyone else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again.
That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do.
Gotta put this one away. Right. Hello.
Miss Brown, we're here to continue our investigation.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about that.
She's still looking kinda down in the dumps, Mr. E.
You must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say.
Found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours.
Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake.
Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors Mr. Cousteau and Mr. Frost sent me too. Only problem was... As Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, the respective entries for the final taste nothing alike, it seems.
Was there anything else to know that changed between the semi-final and the final?
Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gustav's son was always here with him throughout the contest. He was nowhere to be seen during the final.
Why would his son come and hang out at contest venue of the places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this?
Of course, that helps the investigation.
Different design, but they're the same. Fuck you mean different design? The flower buds on there are like near identical.
Who knows how the cook could be in the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned?
We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room.
That's right. He put it in display there so that everybody could see the grand prize.
Ayaki, how are you? I'm good, Kyoko. How are you? Hold on. Mitsuna Hime Hojo-san. Okay.
What? The cure is in the ultimate cookbook. So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it.
Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told me yet.
So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time.
Fine, you? I'm good too. It's 5, and you're continuing on the order.
And the court record.
I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound.
Okay, let me just check it real quick then. Look at any formulas for creating cure, taste disorders, and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. Let me check this exactly. For something, yeah, they literally would have had to taste similar. Like, with the only exceptions being like the hairs of the unicorn and the hairs of the phoenix being more or less the same things. But like the roses are the same. The fruits sit down on the sides are almost the same. Like the unicorn in the corner has like orange slices, while the phoenix in the corner has like, well, no, because like it has the green melon stuff that it has like the horse has with the leaves, but there's those grapes and this is basically the same shit. What the fuck? All right, wait. Oh, Mrs. Scone's statements. Except for the liar was assault. Right, we still on them.
If I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines.
Exactly. Or rather, totally new medications that haven't been made it to market yet, to be precise. To be right by a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune.
But why make it the grand prize in a confectionery contest?
Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir of the Tangaroa family fortune. But if you've heard of the Tangaroa group,
The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before.
That's a major pharmaceutical corporation.
Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, the new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather.
Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group if you don't mind.
Okay, Tangaroa Group.
So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business?
no, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. But his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then when he passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it.
I'll bet the board of directions love that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
He hated the idea, of course. Which is why Delicia ended the contest. The Tangaroa group wanted her to win the book back for them.
So he knew she was a pharmacist all along.
Yes. And not only that, I taught her how to appeal to my Samson's tastes. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to.
So that's how Miss Sko managed to make it so far in the contest she had no business taking part in.
But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either.
The voice acting is really good. Thank you. I do my best.
And she still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Not bad.
Wait, no, he. If only my voice acting was as good as my reading.
And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad.
Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted creator of desserts too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course.
Certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely.
Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea's to die for, Miss Bound.
Hey, how could I possibly refuse? I bring it right out.
You know, I think that cheered her up a little.
It might have. All right, what up, cop?
Authorized personnel. Authorized personnel only beyond this point, I'm afraid.
Meaning what? I'm not authorized,
Sorry, sir. No authorized personnel either.
So nobody's allowed in.
let me guess. Von Karma's orders. You guys really start to grind my gears.
Okay, so not much for us to investigate outside of the stuff we know here.
Statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoyed some chocolate fondue.
Paul Leak's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. He looks so real.
Detective, are you saying you've personally seen cherubs before?
Attorneys. Always poking holes in people's words.
What, did I do something wrong? What did I do?
Okay. Piano.
These instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bounce's TV show Bacon Bop. There's some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed?
Okay. Santa Claus. What? No, come on. Touch. Look at the Santa.
A Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too?
That door leads to Tangaroa's room. So yeah, could be made that thing too.
Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. He wanted an attorney's badge. What if Mr. Tangaroa would make me run out of candy for me if I asked?
Maybe. If you were alive.
That's the door to Gusteau's room.
I guess the can of reindeer is meant to show the way.
Big antlers like that must be a bull.
I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female.
Big Mr. Trivia. Attorneys.
I don't teach about reindeer in law school, detective.
How was this?
This is quite the trophy.
Awarded to Tangaroa. First place, International Confectionaires Association Annual Spectacular.
It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever.
Makes sense. Prizes, fame. None of it lasts forever, right?
I doubt it's anything quite that deep.
Hello.
These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa. Not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bob's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet. It's got me wanting to watch it. Hello? Where does this elevator go?
Second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty chummed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day.
That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. You'd come, wouldn't you, detective?
Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys.
Alright. That's ironic, but sure.
Scones room's through here.
It's marked by a snowman. A candy snowman by the look of it.
Oh yeah? Well, I'll be.
He's real sizing up. He isn't thinking of making that into his next lollipop, is he?
And a Christmas tree. A fir tree.
It's a Christmas tree made from candy.
These candy statues have everybody on edge. If ants get in here, that's our scene ruined.
Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose.
Okay, we already talked to him. This one.
There's a lie here. Some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crowd scene.
Hands off. I already checked them out. They're real.
Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, Detective?
I didn't touch him. Not with my hands, at least.
Did he?
Never mind.
I don't want a picture.
What about the sign here?
The sign shows which artist's work is on display in which room. From left to right, Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusteau, Miss Scone, and Mr. Frost. Incidentally, the sign is also made from candy. What were they going to do with all this candy? Was somebody going to eat it when the contest was over?
Probably. Hello.
Excuse me. May I ask what you're investigating?
Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir.
And what did you find?
Chocolate. What looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures.
Those little rivers flow from all 4 artists' rooms right here to this fountain. Because that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there.
That's not all, sir. We also found blood.
What? Why is there blood in the water?
Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective.
We're expecting full of blood should be here, split missing.
You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body.
The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pooled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to...
Artie, right?
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon.
Okay.
It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's.
But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like that?
Found the fountain, but not at the scene of crime. Alright, that's it. That's all we need to do.
You learn a little more about the contest participants. But still one question involving Mr. Gusteau for which we never got an answer.
You went to Miss Frost's room, didn't you, Mr. Tells why? Yes, Von Karma being a douche.
What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who missed the lucky design sense and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusteau could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusteau a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me.
Me neither.
We need to figure out how to get in touch with him.
Oh, do you know?
Or do you now?
Excuse me.
Good luck with that, because I've no chance of allowing it.
Mr. Von Karma,
I'm already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusteau, so there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have.
he seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusteau. In which case, fine. Then allow me to take you up on your offer.
Very well. What is it?
I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost.
Oh, goody. A debating against karma.
Connection between Gusteau and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest.
And that's all?
The voice is so funny. I mean, well, yeah. It's the best I can do for karma. I mean, if you hear his objection, then yeah, sounds about right.
That is all I have to say to you.
What? That doesn't help us at all!
We'll have to confront him with evidence we want to draw the truth out of him. That is imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something.
Okay. So for us, simply a matter of coincidence, they both happen to be taking part in the same contest. Impressive about that.
Granted, it may have been simply been coincidence that they both entered the same competition. That doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them.
I do hate to repeat myself, but if you do not have any permanent evidence, then kindly keep your mouth shut.
Nope, so I screwing them up. I'm screwing up my own voices.
Keep your mouth shut.
I need to be more lippy with Von Karma.
As I do as he says for now. Just until I find the evidence that proves Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost's connection.
Still, look in your eyes, these volumes. Well, go on then. What are you trying to say?
Make up your mind, will you? Keep your mouth shut or not? It seems Mr. Von Karma is keen to keep us away from the truth.
Which means the truth must be inconvenient to him somehow, right?
Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost have something in common. I just need to present the thing they share to Mr. Von Karma.
Okay, yes, pressing on that. What about that?
Yes, must have been a connection of some kind.
And if you would cease your baseless interruptions, I will happily tell you what it is. Though a court would have you removed for contempt.
But isn't that solely the judge's preview? It's a really rough voice. Is your voice okay? No. Yeah, it's fine. Ironically, something like Delicia's voice is weirdly more hurtful than, you know, the Von Karma voice. Because Von Karma's voice imitation that I'm doing is not throaty. It's primarily lip-based. So I'm mostly puffing out my lips forward, and my voice is already deep enough as it is, right? So
Doing this is basically just primarily all of it.
it's like mostly outer cheeks, right? Most of the work happens from the outer side of my teeth. So it's fine.
Was it?
Yeah, a Judge Von Karma would probably have dancing to his tune.
What? Even judges are scared of him?
It won't be an easy trial, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Von Karma, continue.
Simply a matter of coincidence. I think what I'm supposed to do, I think I'm just supposed to present the cakes, right? They had like same taste, sure, different design, but the taste was similar. Yep, simple enough.
I wonder if you could take a look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree?
Get to the point.
As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusteau told us the confectionery designs was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They're made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This pictures prove positive that the two were working together.
If you figure that much out, I suppose it's a little point in denying it.
Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating.
But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage.
Okay. We're trying to see.
Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusteau and Frost were indeed working together. Gusteau spelled out the details of the relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping him one another right up until the day before the trial.
So you knew that we two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Please, enough of the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you.
It doesn't explain where it's being slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this.
What is the case? Yeah, it's very. I mean, ironically, it does make sense that it's very obvious that they were working together. Not just from the fact that they were tasting together, but like, yeah, again, like was pointed out, or even I pointed out that myself, the design aesthetic is more or less the same. The flowing of the lines for the, well, granted, obviously, it comes from the same art style or artist, so the line work would basically be the same. But the fact that it's both like mythical creatures on the centerpiece of it, and the fact that Gusto did admit that his artistic sense is kind of horrendous. Like he made a seahorse to be a or assumed dragon, or a Shiba Inu into more or less a lone wolf. So that's not ideal, but like, I guess it works. Connection. I could from which some difference prove because the Frost were indeed working together. Spelled out the details of her relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. Because they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Here's about this one primarily.
But why were they cooperating?
Gusto set the design subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of us stood a chance of making it through the contest alone.
But what was their end game? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals?
Gusto claimed to have ended the scheme, alleged that he wants to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another.
Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess.
I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind.
You must.
So since the design is subpar, Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. The two cooperated until the day before the final, then decided to compete on their own merits. I do not believe you. And now I have the. Would it be this? I think it's safe to assume that this is obviously the thing that is a lie. But it does beg the question of like, I don't know. Let's press it first and see how it goes.
You really believe that they would cooperate until the day before the finals and then just simply stop? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree?
Okay.
I've told you the truth. What you find it strange or not is none of my concern.
He was concerned enough to try and hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though. Means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner.
Which means he must have still been working with Mr. Gustel, right?
That's precisely what I was thinking. Must have some evidence that proves that we're cooperating right up through the finals.
That does beg the question, yeah. Frost would work together. Spell out details of the relationship Frost would question this night. As the design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. You covered it until the day before the finals, had to cover merits. But no. Dress sculptures were scrumptious, except for the lyre, which was salty. Yeah, no, because like if they decided to work apart from there, then it wouldn't be such an odd difference in taste.
Objection!
Yeah.
They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe.
Miss Scode is on the record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. While he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight.
Right. So it should have been those that were the ones that tasted salty in the first place, like in general.
It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusteau were still cooperating during the finals.
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entire subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateur education makes delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that you also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery.
Yeah, no, that's why I was doubting that, because, like, yeah.
Tisk. No more objections, I take it.
Must be some way I could prove that Gusteau and Frost were still collaborating.
Mr. E? There's something that's been on my mind.
Yes? What is it, Eddie?
Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't have taken a while to make?
I would imagine so.
Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusteau with his work? If it was me, I'd have barely gone as far as setting the flavored water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off.
Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your pondering certainly point to another possibility.
Huh?
Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create this art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. What must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish the flavored ice entry within the time limit?
Either out of something else entirely or make the ice the day of the final. Make it in advance, right? Because, like, Mr. Frost's room, his is melted. I don't want to say make it out of something else, but there were talks of him working on a new scripture based on the thing, so I guess out of something else entirely? Yeah, because if his were a little salty to the taste, then he wouldn't have been able to make it out of flavored ice.
It wasn't made out of flavored ice at all. Scode simply had such strong teeth that she was able to crunch through whatever it was.
No, okay, no. So it is that he had to make it like day before the final.
Must have made the flavored ice the day before. But all we would have to do was sculpt it.
What are you mothering about now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct.
What? Mr. E!
I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we?
The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of the collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusteau.
Yeah.
The way, huh?
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusteau told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why did Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusteau in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusteau could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
Oh, how dare you call my methods a question?
That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusteau from me.
Why good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How could you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the matter seem so keen on accusing each other the details of collaboration with the prosecution?
Because you're currently the prosecution that's actively sharing information to you who's trying to condemn the person that's currently on the defense? We know how you are.
Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicion this time.
Mr. Gusteau only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means it is probably a trap.
Well, cat got your tongue.
But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusteau snuck into Mr. Frost's room. We still don't know why. The fact alone is reason enough to suspect him.
If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
I knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this.
Lance,
Gusteau and Frost, and their sons.
But if Frost, Gusteau, and the sons, Gusteau's son visited his father daily up through the semifinal.
Gusteau snuck into Frost's room and there were to retrieve the photograph.
but why?
It seems the son attended the same elementary school. Gusteau was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusteau's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. No!
He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusteau.
Now I've quite done obstructing my investigation. I have things to be getting on with.
All right.
That smug, self-righteous jerk! I'll give him something to getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa is finished if we can't figure something out.
Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime?
Something on your mind, Mr. E?
We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bear? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. The guy's probably got a hand in that too.
24 hours post-murder and there's still no autopsy. Okay.
In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that we're missing. Take another look at the scene in front of it.
Okay. Very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. As the victim's blood was found in Tangaroa's room.
Right. Don't remember anyone mentioning they removed the blood along the body. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in the most unusual place. It's a match. Blood in the fountain. It's Frost's.
Okay, the water in the fountain says.
But there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why?
Blood in the fountain is... Yeah, assume that the blood in the fountain is the missing blood. Because it was also mixed with the chocolate and with, like, his flavored ice.
Mr. Frost's blood was missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, did someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood?
Move the body aside in order to get the blood in the chest. Still an autopsy. I guess that's right.
So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far had been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team.
Have a good game. Thank you, Kyoko. Have a good day yourself as well.
But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Pat the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body. It's did Mr. Von Karma even have any... Did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body had been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival.
Mr. E?
We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shaded deals, forged evidence even.
Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now?
I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I'll try my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends.
Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty?
I fear it might have been, and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning
to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney.
Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes. What is it now?
I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact that you have been keeping from us.
Really? You mean to call the method of an official section investigation to question yet again? I'm warning you. If you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you.
What?
Is it not the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is?
What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating whether the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say, I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection.
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of white cloth, perhaps? Whole cloth, perhaps?
Ha! And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence.
I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing this job at every turn.
What are you talking about?
You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body.
What? He doesn't have the body?
Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander.
Allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can.
I'm afraid you will have to try a little harder than that. I'm under no reputation whatsoever to bring your basic accusations one way or another.
Objection.
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go?
What does it matter? Some blood was missing from the chest where the body was found. So what?
So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense.
What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went?
Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely.
That shows where the blood from Mr. Tangaroa's room went.
Take that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows into the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest.
Grr.
Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me.
Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You haven't lied to the authorities, nor the means to carry out the kind of analysis of the fountain water.
No, but I do.
Curse you bad! You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned! But no longer. As of now, you're officially off the case.
I was barely on in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered?
It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid.
What must I do to get an answer out of him?
Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and those tears won't save you then. Nothing will.
Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end.
Yeah? Where you going now? To the elevator? To the second floor? What the fuck?
Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm on the case now. That's very kind. I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad. Well, there is one more thing.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret.
All right, Eddie. Detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case.
Ed, what is it?
You'll find out in court.
Wait, what? You're letting me join you?
Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all.
I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know.
Sorry, that line read was horrible. Hold on, let me just wait.
Ha! I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together.
Indeed. So I'm hoping we'll have free Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time.
Right. We'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you.
We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. If we won't, I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do.
Hell yeah. To be continued. You're in progress? You betcha. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m., Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
back into the present day.
And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned.
I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case.
So what happened at the trial?
Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us.
Really? Couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent?
Yeah. Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared.
I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. It's April now, so, ooh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh?
December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in a courtroom gallery.
Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad he said he even wanted to be found guilty.
Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him?
Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. When Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the press. He even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. Now, Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. Same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. The same ace he had asked Detective Bad to help him with.
Exacto mundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed the confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations.
I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh?
We all did, but he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. You know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Simon got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor.
For the one and only time in his 40-year career.
Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. And when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but the whole sad affair.
I remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside.
Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. Never got the chance. I should have left him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me.
Oh. You had every right to help hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned. And that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder.
Nope. That's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder.
Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's case was successfully solved.
Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed.
What?
Yeah, use your peepers on this.
When confession concept, the victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tango discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was substituted for medication. Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice.
That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse.
Then why is my copy so different?
Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is you didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up.
So everything I believed about the case was a lie.
Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. A great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead.
That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him?
Now without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he made sure Judy was convicted instead.
Could he?
Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Mousy boy. What do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison that day Bronco Knight died?
That's right.
You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa.
Bingo. Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. Never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. None of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day.
How heartbreaking. Got to do something, Mr. Fender.
Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out. Right, Miles Areno?
I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father.
Miles.
Well, that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. And I'm not leaving until I do.
You really are old Gregory's son through and through. Alrighty then. Now that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations.
I was received Fender, including his comments in red. Thank you, Fender. Let me check his annotations then. Case file. Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Okay. Organizer. Audie Frost, age 38, also known as Paul Halik, under which name he was pronounced sculptor in France. In essence, the convection contest body was discovered in Hegaro's room. Cause of death was blood loss following upload to the head. No detailed autopsy reported due to the body go missing. Okay. And there's that. Thank you, Fender.
Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you.
Small mountain of evidence from I-7 and Senator C from Fender. Yes, I see. Take a look at them in a bit. Or right now. So this is our previous small mountain. Dot. Only 4 pieces. It's the Ultimate Cookbook, the frame finger marks, salt lamp, and family photo. Daily update to the final. There's the chicken. There's the rose. Student salt lamp. Yeah, bludgeon. I'll take a look at them a bit.
You know, a current case is just full of loose threats, too, come to think of it.
Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which had been disguised like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, ubiquium and asphyxium. That form of poisonous gas were mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, is no stranger to the events 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. The fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago.
Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh, no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I can throw this as my investigation.
Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee.
What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation.
Your offer is duly noted, and duly declined.
Ugh, he isn't pulling any punches.
The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need.
Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of how mystery victim might be.
What? Really? And you have to tell me it's the law.
Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. It is Artie Frost. I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost.
Wait! Is this the poor Sammy? Wait! Who the heck is Chili Wings? Or Artie, or whoever is you talking about?
Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he's better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his work.
No way. I think he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner.
Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident.
Judge Gravel knows about the IS-7 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out.
Sure, that's what the records say. But the records can't always be trusted.
What are you insinuating?
And while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the events back then beg to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, is this winner? What? Really?
What is it, Eustace?
The body, we got an ID. Some sculptor named called Frost or something? I guess Edgeworth called it?
Goddess of justice!
So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gravel, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway.
No fair! You're trying to steal the win!
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together.
You do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Well there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that.
Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender.
Yep. See, I was on the defense team for the IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. And the prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony for your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive.
Judge Gravel seems to know the facts of the I-7 incident in some detail, in which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf.
Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth.
He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case lead's prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you?
Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours.
Alrighty, glad to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're on the side of justice?
Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted. Your Honor. Duly noted, Your Honor.
This is a turn up for the books, huh, Mousy? We get to do our thing after all.
Thanks to your immeasurable help, as always.
No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting.
I will. Okay, shall we?
Heck yeah! The investigation commence.
We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquity.
You're right. We need some more intel.
Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquity first and foremost.
It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right?
Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance.
Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for.
Oh well.
Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart.
And Alvin says the gallery's famous for its tea.
Understandably so. The cup we were giving was delicious.
Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost.
Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better take a closer look.
Check the cups.
But this dishware was made by Auntie Frost.
Looks very fancy.
Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. Let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to.
Wow, stuff's really worth that much?
Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said to still have this.
What did Judy Bound's prized possessions? The teapot. Primarily, I guess, in this case.
Hey, Etsy!
What is it?
Be careful of the teapot here.
Why is the Harry so concerned all of a sudden?
Honored guest? I can pour you a cup if you like.
Miss Bound.
Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You can tea knock yourselves out.
Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt.
2 cups coming right up. Smells great. Wow, tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning?
Oh, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there?
Oh no, not at all. Just the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma.
Really? It's odd. It's the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference.
Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you?
What's gotten under your skin, Larry?
Nothing. You just grew, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. Sorry's done, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Well, that was childish, even for him.
Wow, what happened there?
Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Miss Bound is more priority right now. May not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. A tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless.
It's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh!
Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be.
Oh, come on, what's the worst that can happen? If it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye.
Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it.
Really? There's so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown.
What's this? A caddy containing Ceylon leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Anything else specific that we need to pay attention to here? Alright. Oh no, it's just a speak up. Hello? From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea.
And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it.
Puddle of tea design looks familiar.
If somebody must have broke something.
I know that is Sonia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Hello. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is.
Wow. Ooh, the glare off you two was weird. Come on, Kate, you know me better than that. I wasn't staring, I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring.
Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding.
Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now.
It's getting me nowhere. I suppose I have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry?
Why would you show me that?
Tell me what it is about Miss Bounce tea, sir, that's got you so agitated. If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain to Judge Gaval.
Wait, I'm gonna look better for the parody. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me. Leave me low down, dirty me.
I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me.
Alright, I'll talk.
Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess.
Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy?
Is this any way for me to treat you? Is this any way for you to treat you?
Is this any way for you treat yours? Okay, that's a typo and a half.
By lying to him, hiding things.
I get the picture already. Stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and, smash! I broke the teapot! This work of art to pieces because of me!
Gregworth exists to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch. You really messed up this time, Loris. See, Edgy? Who's gonna think of less of me now? She's never gonna forgive me for this.
Lying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound.
My teapot. I see.
I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits.
Please, Mr. Dunham. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of.
The teapot in question was designed by Auntie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset.
Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be?
Can you believe this, Judy? You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about is the one sitting on top of your car right now, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces at the bottom of the cart. That's when I saw the other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots.
Oh, I see.
Yep, that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one. I promise.
You have no shame whatsoever, do you?
I'm sorry.
It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest.
See, AJ, this is truly the absolute best.
I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow.
I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models, after all. It's only fair.
At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while?
Oh, but I will be keeping out of the way, because I sketch her and the others already.
Her and the others?
Need to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see?
Interested in Larissa's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too.
Unusual details? Nothing unusual about these. They're my best work yet.
Really? Now I want to see him too.
Aw, you're a sweetheart, Kay. All right, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay?
I suppose you might as well take a look. No sketches. So these sketches of yours.
Seriously, Edge, if you want to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this.
Oh. What am I looking at here?
I told you already, ravishing beauties. There's a few of their faces that caught my eye since I've been here, you know. There's Verity and Judy and, somebody else.
You should draw them all on the same page.
Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and another, and, well, I just scribbled them all down as I went.
So these were all drawn at different times.
Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. On a different page, though.
Wow, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw?
Of course. I think I draw things that I can't see. Like, using my imagination? No, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color.
So the colors are accurate. Interesting. What as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. No deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry?
Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you?
Just the page, please. Hmm? Okay. Let's check them out. Check them out here. Clear contradiction.
Hey, get that cup of tea, baby? Take it over a little more.
That's your right. Again, I think it might be a bit mistake. The chocolates? No, I mean, they would have to need it, but like...
Letters say PH, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, they show that the teapot was made by Paul Haleen. There's initials, obviously.
Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost.
It was, thereby making this a piece of, by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. His work seems to be everywhere here in the Zodiac Hall.
There's one swanky teapot.
One way of putting it. I lean more towards eccentric myself.
Whatever it is, won't do for great thieves to remain so ignorant about such chic things.
Actually, your ignorance is my bliss.
Like father, like son. Oh. Dope. Okay, I got a reward for that. Neat.
I can't examine this properly. Can I just deduce the fact? Switch teapots. She smells different.
Yeah, makes sense, right?
I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched.
You do?
I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea.
Oh, I just remembered I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from.
Could that really be it?
Minty aroma, you say?
The tea from the teapot Larry switched from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right. Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one.
Right. I expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she may have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
Why?
One of Ubiquim's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? The teapot?
It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquium?
Oh! My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Tell me you know where it came from.
I may have an idea.
I knew it. If I can find it, there's no chance to use it. What? You do know where it came from?
Yes,
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Oh, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner.
It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence? Yeah, one of the forensic people take it out.
Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it might just be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you.
It's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Alicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set the top up. At all.
Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that.
Besides, I will know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquity in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea of what to do with it. But I suppose we should see the test results say first.
Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying.
I already know a way by the fucking fact that she's owner of the cookbook.
It seems the police have already removed the body.
Why did the body of a victim come from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here?
Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow.
Really? That even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report?
Yes, ma'am. Trace of blood, ubiquitous and asphyxia have been detected in the fountain.
I'm going to say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak.
A sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? Edgeworth speaking.
Sir, it's me!
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's led the winter wing. There's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found.
You really shouldn't be sharing information about that investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now.
The exhibition in here all have completely melted. All that's left in the display case is some stuff at the bottom. More of a notorious case than the Gemini case, though.
Describe this stuff for me if you can.
Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. The lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case has had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one in the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it.
Which were?
Sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? What is salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective.
Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working their fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
I see. It might well prove to be significant development.
Okay.
Anything else to report, Detective?
Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too.
There are a few of those being used in the alternate wing to disguise as a winter wing, as I recall. It seems the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. We need to talk to Miss Scone about this.
Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we heard from the lab about the blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective.
Is that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say.
He did. And all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Mrs. Bound's claims about who could have set up the prison gas traps are fake, are false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Talk to you two. Do you mind, Mr. Winter? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually. I'm not going anywhere. You just need to go around me.
I'll just go through. We just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I'm the man you shoot to me at once.
That's really all it takes to make you do whatever you want. Judge?
Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee.
Do whatever you need to do, Judge Cavell.
And Will did the same.
You're the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course.
Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community.
It looks like Judge Cavell will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Is it for you, Smells?
I almost fucked up her voice, my goodness.
Is it for you, Moses? Smells? It's really cute.
I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smiles.
I'm not a fan of Toothy K either. Ugh, I guess we tried.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, Dewey. After all, I'm the one who gave them the most duty. Was my way saying sorry at the broke the rules all a year ago? It was your phone labeling your sun lamps that I never the pure pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Wow, that's super generous of you.
See? Well, I suppose it is your best, Dewey. And everybody understands, of course.
That had better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, but when you were dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, huh?
Dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say.
So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit.
There are 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing. But I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
In the light, I want to be back to where I saw it.
Looking for candies, that. Maybe I should jog a memory or something so Miss Scone would tell us more. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Robbie, how rude! You will get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man.
Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe up some sort of spillage.
The spinach is a chick! That's made of highly specialized luminous cloth! Oh, what was he going to do that?
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point having it now either. You must know I fitted it out of fun. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing.
The Larry sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
But first I think we're the ones that don't go to duty.
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly. But your phone would be using the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized they must be the one that were missing all those years ago. I remember you infested orchard and used to make burnt gas. It's one of my costumes that you've been used in terms of Destiny D2 one. I was going to look guilty of saying what's now. So I kept it hidden in my bag and hope for the best.
I see.
Oh, that's fair to go to get it off my chest, though. Sweet, no good for like a blood sudden.
So the cloth had disappeared 18 years ago. The one the victim was wrapped in. Just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same. That's another typo. In the fountain at the same time as the body. Miles Edgeworth's thoughts cannot think. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist? How much someone learned to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas?
Well, any promises you had investors I go to know for start. That's why it says right there in the label. Do not mix products with the ubiquitous. Ever.
But what about a layperson? Is that likely to know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. But none unless you had to know through the ultimate cookbook anyway.
The prize for the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making adventures that goes right along with that, and that victory ubiquitous is in there, you know.
So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh, yes, too. And you're inside out. Because it works for the Kangaroo Group, you see? For the company behind Coke and the Rats. I'm sure you heard of it.
Cold Killer X. Fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease. Apparently.
After Semi-Popo was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only tried to force 20 people to access to the court.
Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. I guess isn't the book? Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone?
Of course I have a pharmacist too, even if I do wear a big pig hat.
It's so cool, you're a pharmacist.
Well, so do I do it, so do I. I'm so sweet, her little interesting guy.
So when were you interested in pharmaceuticals?
Shh, I'm working my magic, Mr. Edgeworth. Buttering her up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Scone, Delicia, I was wondering if you could maybe...
No, I didn't tell you you took a lip, but you need to say that, can't you?
Dang, so much for the sneak approach. What kind of great thief am I?
Not a very good one. Bart. Why is the lift car just sitting here out in the open?
Yeah, somebody must have been moving something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I had a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before.
You mean like 18 years ago?
Yeah, it's come back to me now. I last saw in Frost Room. Must have used to move the ice sculptures around. One of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat.
Oh, just think of the possibilities. It really is one of these.
Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, might just have something to do with our case. I guess talk to Eddie, I guess. Hey there, Mazzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too then. But tell me, Fanda, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Mouster. I do not. Chill, I'm just yanking a chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude? Well, she's a real brave trooper, about one. What else do you call someone who weighs around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place.
What? They threw her out?
Yep, Jude wasn't technically part of the family. There was nothing she could do. She had nothing. Nobody and no job after Samson took her fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. We got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangaroa group, but they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything had to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it.
Brenda seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything from Mr. Gregworth for herself. Alright. Incidents. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago.
And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues in the winter wing, and even the murder victim's body.
How did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing?
Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Cousteau's son, too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared.
What? You were never found?
Cousteau's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard, anyhow.
What? Pardon me, that was something in my throat.
Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end, though. He collects his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. No need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody.
I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. You can't? Keyword almost. Bounce action and go into the cookbook. The Ultimate Cookbook contains instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way! You mean...
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she'd been lying to us. Alright, chat her up. Where were you before you joined us here, Miss Bound?
I had to go and tell our visitors we closed. I wanted to hand out a little something in apology. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. What's up with this?
Oh my, is that me?
Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there.
It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it?
I'm sorry, Miss Bound. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
I suppose Lowe's charm is something of a talent if you can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. I guess we talk about the poison gas then. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on the photographs for this current exhibit.
But why go through the trouble of creating replicas?
Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was a great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all.
I see. Is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar?
My! We think they look alike. Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident.
She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. What kinds of pharmaceutical recipes are on the Ultimate Cookbook?
Oh, there's so many, it would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well then let's start the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty 2 hours long. Now one by one, we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Wanna listen to the rest?
No, that won't be necessary.
The hunt is on. The truth will come out. But I don't know what that's about. I guess we're going to find out.
If I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Cake Crimes the Musical or something. Alright, sure. You.
Body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway.
How's the rest of the fountain looking?
Rather beautiful, actually, sir. Water's crystal clear and kind of soothing.
Wonder there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. Okay. What else do I have to examine then?
After a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Paul, you met this one too, Mr. Edward?
He did, since he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic and gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test.
How about relatable?
You are the more important ones. I'll have you to talk to?
It certainly is. You know I'm imposing now. The fact that someone knows how to hold a gun doesn't really show anybody now, does it?
I'm not accusing you, Miss Scone.
He's right, you know. Just because I'm a great thief, it doesn't mean I can't do good.
Well, surely that only applies to fake confectionaires. I don't know specifically exactly what I need to do. I guess I can start presenting the evidence everywhere, but like, I don't think it's gonna be worthwhile to do. There's gonna be a lot of things to do. So what can we do? Alright, we still have the deduction we have to do with the teapot. At the freaking... I first assumed it was chocolate, but... Right? I think I'm supposed to do something here, but I don't know what. Or specifically what it is. Maybe now? No? But do I need to deduce specific the cloth? Yeah, because it's a little light blue, I guess, right? Oh. Larry, can I ask you something about your sketches?
Fascinating the work of the great Louise Dunham, huh? It's a good composition, right?
Okay, right. Guess that was something I need to do. Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you. Everything is exactly as I saw.
Well, the tablecloth that the cart he has in this room is white.
Wow. You're so full of crazy theories. The simple stuff just passed you right by, huh?
What's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the card with the tea set on it, okay? Well, what kind of business? That's right. It was hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind.
That's nothing to boast about.
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Jude came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted up from breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight.
Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing.
Yeah, she was pushing a cart. A different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on that.
And what did she do with the second serving cart?
Well, I saw her wheel into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift up with.
A lift cart?
Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show you never know.
Another serving cart and a lift cart.
There may be another CT set too?
You better check with Miss Bound. Okay. Charge you up then. 2 carts. On the 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound.
Oh, yes. Why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us the sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
I do. I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, you would replace it right away.
The color of the tablecloth is simply a mistake on Larry's part. Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. Alright, your work. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here. What do you bought? I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woo! Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in a pocket. Sure.
They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear you.
May not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. There we go. Okay, cool. Did it. That was it. And that's that. All that's left now is to wait the results of the test of the teapot. To be continued. We're getting close, I think. We're getting close to the end. Maybe. God, it was almost an hour for that one. Jesus. Not too proud on it, but hey. Second, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
The test results just come in, sir. There's a few big women found in the teapot.
You were! Just like Mr. Asher said.
Curse you! Even though things mean you beat me.
We really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
Wait, but first is best. No one knows it's better to be a winner than a loser.
That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
Enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
But Val! Oh, alright.
Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then.
Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand...
Now. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot.
I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use.
So you're telling the core that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot?
Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today I had no idea that it could be used to make poison gas.
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have not thought you would be a more convincing liar.
What do you mean?
You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just so happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it.
You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true?
The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. It knows exactly how the gas was triggered.
The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium.
I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself. And the point would be suicide attempt.
But she's not willing to admit to anything.
Furthermore, why would I have gotten hold of the infesticide ultra?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it.
No, I did probably lose the studio week or so ago. The very evening and there's my infesticide ultra got missing. Surely you didn't. Felicia, you carry your bag of muticos with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you.
That's true. I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Dudes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean? We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so...
Not you too. I think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fett.
Can you blame me? You got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo.
You got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If a ill-intended person or other wanted to get in detected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem.
Wow, you're actually asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. Hey, you've got a field day in here.
I don't think she's joking. Let me check something. Security room, entrance, reception, summer wing, winter ring, spring, summer, winter, autumn. Why? Elevator, summer, winter, Taurus, and Gemini. 27, but like the autumn one was also 26-ish degrees in there. What other things do I need to keep track of? I bounced any about that are being kept in the pocket.
Actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did, in fact, enter the gallery before it opened.
Yeesh. Dude, he's one tough cookie. Not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day.
And what technique might that be?
So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we gotta approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead.
A turnabout in thinking. My father used this method as well.
Alright, let's run this through the old think it not. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then?
According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. Yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Bender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now.
Don't thank me. Thank your pops. Now take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn.
Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Miss Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct?
I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish. It was a terrible accident.
And yet what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no?
What do you mean?
Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you are going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best.
Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about the Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate the space to Mr. Frost's work.
Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind?
Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent.
Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here.
It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into a art gallery. To that end, I collected as many parallel pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edward, everything seems entirely bored to me.
Judge Gaval, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
Alright, just press everything, I guess. A little while ago. Hold it. 18 years. It must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound.
This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. Samson, I did what I had to do. To see that home was waiting here for you.
How did you make it look so easy?
I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer.
If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please. Okay, so I decided to turn to an art gallery.
Hold it!
Okay. You managed a gallery by yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes, well, you'll be up to date. So I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the magic going. I can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home every day after all.
You surely got the house back from him.
So sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more.
You've done plenty, Mr. Phantom. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson. To that end, I collected as many parallel pieces as I could from around the world.
Up. Hold it. Paul Halik was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, I adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection, more specifically. More specifically, how were you able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? From what my understanding, that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them.
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? If you could go into some more detail on that. Always been something of a Wintering Bind, so I guess this. As your replicas of Wintering based on photos of the sculptures you made. Do I present this? I want to say, do I present the Wintering photo? But I'll press it first. These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Miss Frost's room 18 years ago?
Yes, I certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Wedgwood. So those statues in the Winter Wing were just copies? I didn't even get to see them before they melted.
No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means that Miss Bound is lying.
No, it's such an awful shame. If we went to the trouble to recreate them too.
Sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas. That was 18 years ago. Now we get to the truth. Do I present it?
Objection!
No, I don't. Why would I? Why would that be the case? I'm an dumbass.
I asked me to resort to tactics like these.
Miss Bound, please don't cry.
And then shall we continue?
Here's what all an act. Supposed to be an accomplished actor. Let me check the evidence that I have right now. Just because Jesus didn't. No, this doesn't have any information. Wait. Gemini case? Detected salt, sugar, and blood. Sugar composition matches that of sugar found in a pale blue liquid in Artist Frost. 18 years ago, she detected the found of all water also seems to be a match. So this? Able to buy... No, wait. Able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures you made. Oh, because it has salt in it. She wasn't really made aware that there was salt in it, right?
Objection!
I'm afraid you've run on the road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the result of the test conducted on the sculpture's remains. And there was blood in it, in the water. So, okay. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you out of the place weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Oh, I could probably have his dad how they worked it out if you let you. It's the sugar. Make it sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. We could probably recreate the statue, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup, no chance.
Thank you, Miss Scone. Don't recall asking for help, but still. But it's simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you speared them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years.
What? You had a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense?
So you've already learned that much.
Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question?
No, I admit to no such thing. I haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
Oh, indeed. I don't yet know exactly how he did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed. I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. Then I better tell you exactly what I did that day of 18 years ago.
Sure.
The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Cousteau enter Mr. Frost's room. Those were my movements on the day it all happened. How do you see how you could take issue with any of that?
That's for us to decide, Miss Bound.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in the story, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If you pinpoint that, I'm going to be able to prove what exactly she got up to. Prove that she did in fact do it. All the time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in the living area on standby.
Hold it!
And what were you doing while you were waiting?
I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see.
Bacon
Bop? What kind of show was it? What show was it?
was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they would make a variety of sweets.
Oh, sounds awesome.
On the phone. Miles, you used to watch it?
My father introduced me to it. I have watched an episode or two. I was bound past the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? No. Can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says. Judging had to go change the camera's film structure.
Hold it!
Well, you're the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging.
Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I headed straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I would have had time.
To change the film on the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. No. The moment she did it, better. Okay, so we have to find which moment that would have been. Take the camera back to Sam's discovered across the body. Then around your father arrived, began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. Right. The cart. We're suspicious of the cart. Just as you did today.
Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours.
Interesting. Did anything strike you strange around that time?
Oh yeah. Gregor was singing praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold.
Saucer was cold. Yes, this was the moment. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures.
I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at the point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole these ice sculptures. She did it by hunting them here. In the fucking cart.
Take that!
Because it wasn't a cart, it was a push trolley. My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? Would have been spotted immediately.
Who said anything about a serving cart?
What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead?
I'm suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures. The lift cart.
Take that!
And this is?
The card that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Miss Frost's room 18 years ago. It would appear that the very same card is still here with us in this fountain room.
We only brought it to use for the contest.
And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off?
I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely.
Can it be?
Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. We're sitting on top of a big block of ice. Judes, how could you?
Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edwards' son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion.
So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from the Mr. Frost's room?
Yes, I do. I took the sculptures in their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edward correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks? I've seen them for myself before. Each block of ice on display here must be incredibly heavy, but maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's rooms from 18 years ago, and even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well.
Finished moving the two ice sculptures and the two zodiac blocks out. I took two fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original tube had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases.
And it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down, somehow the resulting powder would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I'm the same, Mr. Edgeworth. That's quite the confession.
Indeed. I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that?
My... I wouldn't have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various stages of limitations outlined in this book.
Statues of what?
Limitations book data jotted down in my organizer. Simply put, okay, let's give it a look-see. Theft, 7 years from the date of crime. Separate time frames apply when with regards to claims for damages. Murder, 15 years from the date of time. The statute was suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Simply put, okay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Well, didn't need to look at it myself.
So it's different for every crime. Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Ah!
Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculpture 18 years ago. It was too late to have her arrested for that crime.
I don't believe it.
Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for a crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
No. I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures is my principal interest here. I find the body that appeared 18 years after the theft to be considerably more of interest.
you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
How do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it?
By hiding it in a very unusual way.
Oh, now this is interesting.
Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you're confident in his claim, let us put it into the test.
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
And the Pisces statue? That will make sense, right? Because, like, it was frozen. So... Hold on. Because of this? Because there's cloth over that, so... It have to be this, right? Oh, this.
Photograph Mrs. Frost's work. And of the victim's body, Your Honor.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
The victim's body is hiding right here.
The Gemini sculpture?
Yes, it might look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse.
Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photographs to support such a wild claim.
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight.
And what piece of evidence might that be?
Court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body. The luminous cloth.
What are the claws from in the ottoman?
Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Cone?
Well, yes, dear, but you can't overlook this up about anything really, even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes. Exactly like it, in fact.
It is not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though.
If you care to take another look at the photograph of the Winter Wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there's a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case.
That's
one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice.
no. This can't be.
Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the Winter Wing? Yes, we're standing right in front of the body.
But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be the Winter Wing disguised as a sculpture?
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove the Mr. Frost from the Winter Wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw our body in the fountain.
No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. A trusty lift card. The same card that proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body in one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered.
And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough.
It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But, can you prove that it was me?
Yes.
It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? You think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body?
As a matter of fact, I do. the contradiction of the piece of evidence that was provided. Will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well.
Well, Mr. Edward, do you have any evidence to support your allegation?
Of course. I have a piece of very compelling proof right here.
Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Larry sketches.
More drawings. And is that me?
Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. What I'm interested in is the card we can see here.
Miss Bound's servant card. What about it?
You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving the Mr. Frost's body when the picture was being drawn.
What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone.
Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd already thought that Mr. Butts made an error, but he's assured me that it couldn't possibly be the case.
This tablecloth appears to be light blue.
Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath.
But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect.
Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. Or if the body had been placed inside of one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the left card and it'd be easily pass muster as a regular servant card, wouldn't you agree?
Goddess of justice.
Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago.
I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
You need to worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you disposed of the body, your servant card became a simple lift card once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a servant card, you had to find some place to put your chocolates.
My chocolates? The ones I was hiding out?
As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the card. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket.
Oh yeah, I was half melted. It's still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound?
Hello? What the fuck? Norton? Excuse you?
I
It was because you no longer had a servant card to put them on. That's why.
One moment, please. You've explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift card. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go?
Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you have an answer for me?
Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us.
Perhaps you would care to enlighten us.
Use them behind the body. Not in this room. On a Miss Bound's person in the fountain. I want to assume it's a luminous cloth, right? I want to say not in this room, but would that make sense? But like, not in this room would not make sense. In the fountain wouldn't make sense. There's nothing would clear. The guy already said it was crystal clear. Oh. Oh, it's on her. In the sketch, she doesn't even have it.
Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person. In plain view, in fact.
In plain view.
surely you don't mean.
Miss Bound, it's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, That cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do is confirm my theories to test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean.
You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Alicia's infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Alicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. Then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself, and also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play.
But Toots, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson?
You were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but
why do it this way, though? It's not like you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in this IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took the sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. And when Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entities in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away. Not before he came home. That meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
But she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures.
Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never! And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body. And Samson was found guilty.
I forgot to give her a Spanish accent, fuck.
After all he'd done for me, he was my family. The only family I've ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me. And I,
Judes.
after his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago. And when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures. And that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today. Because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Miss Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I could think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder what she'd mind.
She was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. She had been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit. Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was shown to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without pulling vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why on the Autumn Wing was all winter wiggy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? that whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case will be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
No.
That would mean the real killer was...
Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss Bounce in a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But, unlike the evidence to support such an assertion, to accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so... should I really go ahead and make that my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Make the accusation! My ultimate goal is to set the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Cavell, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who's to blame for the IS-7 incident. Motherfucking Carmelo Gusteau.
Mr. Cousteau, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident.
Mr. Gusteau. Ms. Bound. We have established, as we have established, you knew the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right.
And perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words.
Of course. I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I had a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the outer wing was the only one that was unlocked. When the opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors to the various rooms and found that the autumn wing had been locked from the inside. The killer's on the other side of the door. I thought, well, it frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
I heard that Mr. Gusteau was being treated for gas inhalation. That's why I knew he was the murderer. What was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Jude, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fenton. You've been so very kind to me all these years. I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean up. I didn't care what... Look, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy, Judy, Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had appeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. And, this can't be easy for him.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected to say the least. And yet it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end.
To be continued. God damn it. Final save of progress, but I'm not happy about it. 21:16. Okay, so that didn't take an hour, but it did take 3 freaking quarters. 45 minutes. 45 whole ass minutes.
3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now?
Yes.
Good. Allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law.
Yes, I understand.
Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, the real culprit really is someone else. That we have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
There's nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there's nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at our word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Cavell. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
I suggested the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor.
That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now.
There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth.
How so exactly?
By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to your needs. That's how. Perhaps it is time you understand how the committee sees this case.
Eat shit.
The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Miss Tangoa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusteau today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order.
It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound.
Bet. Convict the lady.
He's willing to accept Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Code accomplice. Except that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why won't you reinvestigate the case?
Because the goddess of justice is never up.
Shut the fuck up. Yes, she is. Oh, Lord, yes, she is.
Her verdict remains true, despite Mr. Von...
Oh.
Despite blatant evidence tampering, you sure your precious goddess is into that? I was beginning to think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again.
Further investigation is simply unnecessary, since the goddess of justice has already spoken.
Is that right?
Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have...
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself.
Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Seidman. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the goddess of justice has already spoken.
Unbelievable. She just won't budge at all. These committee guys really that big of a deal?
In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare.
Kinda like how the police are to a great thief, huh?
Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though.
Doesn't even come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 is Bound. Why?
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together?
Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body.
What? I thought that we would ever kill Mr. Frost.
You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be considered a suspect?
No. Miss Bound has freely confessed to all her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past.
Very well. Let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present.
Plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder?
No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning?
Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now.
On the contrary, there's plenty we can do.
You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you.
We have all the evidence we need to explain both the ice incident and the poison gas attack. Do we, though? Is that the case? We have therefore determined that there's no need to investigate either case any further. But do we? Hold on. Fender can comment in red. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. No detailed autopsy report, but we're kind of working on it now, kind of. Not that. No, that would involve poison gas ingredient. We already know that. Salt lamp. This is blood. What is this again? Composition matches the sugar found in the pale blue liquid in Artie's room. Frost, sugar detected contained water also seems to match. Salt, sugar, and water. Salt, sugar, and blood. But whose blood?
Objection!
Oh! I am fucking smart.
I'm afraid there's still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this?
What is it?
The test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence.
There's blood in the Gemini case.
Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning on telling Mr. Winner about it myself, of course.
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you've done here today.
As ever, my interest is in the truth. But if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end.
That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss this with Eustace.
Catch his back, lizards! It was good news, too.
Oh, guess who?
It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive.
Gusto.
He made it.
You're the ones who owe me?
Yep. Long time no see, Gusto.
You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now.
Assistant? No, I'm...
He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
Fate moves in mysterious ways. I mean, you're dead. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago.
What are you talking about?
We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost.
What? Is that true?
Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murder. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent.
Oh, it's not that. Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation. You know, and all that jazz.
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. What a heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, okay?
Hey, Gusto old pal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when?
I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here!
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto. And there's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured, they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Cavell, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Cavell. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record.
I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice.
Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in court of law. And so long as there are those who will use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. Or you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you.
We shall see about that.
What do you advise, Jessica?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically, by opening the Pisces case lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and I arrived a half hour early.
Miss Bound was there when... Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk around the time?
I left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight. All except for the autumn wing, that is.
I see. Did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went.
Getting into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it.
Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that his witness is lying.
The courtroom? This is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost's work up close. So I went up to the Gemini, sorry. Guess he was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen up tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out.
Fascinating. This is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah, everything sounds like a lie, kind.
I'm none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there's no evidence to refute it.
Come on, there must be something!
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal.
So you believe that self-confessed criminal?
Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer.
You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me. But I had no reason to kill him. But you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Isn't that prove that he's a killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusto fell victim to poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in that present may seem, they prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason.
He claims not to have a motive. That can't really be true, can it?
If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Buncombe about a probable motive too, remember?
I could possibly say they were very certain. if their real relationship had broken down for some reason. I could very well be in the motive behind this murder.
But karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. Or we can put the pieces together. I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge.
Yes, I think you might be right. We need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? Mrs. Scone denied that the finger marks in the frame were hers, but one of them were Mr. Gusto's. Perhaps he wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. So he asked,
It's me to put in your garage. You seem to think there should have been more shots left in the bar.
In other words, Phil ran out sooner than expected.
It's the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just left tracks somewhere along the way.
my father noticed those things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. The absence of evidence is the only way to truth. There's no reason to kill Artie Frost, but remaining exposure... I want to say someone took photos of the cookbook, or inside the cookbook. There it is. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal his secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book?
Be the perfect crime. Much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops.
A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work.
The only question is, when would he have done it?
Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Alicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on a little tea party they had?
Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive?
Then after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering this locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key.
Miss Scone.
Where Mr. Tangaroa's works, the only ones who sampled?
Yeah, dude. I couldn't help myself. When I finished my little tea, I tiptoed over to Gregworth's room for a little taste too.
Mr. Frost was kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started. But he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work. Meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Says he had no reason to kill Artie Frost. This two together? I'm guessing not, right? No, oh, okay, it is. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not?
So you know my little secret.
Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct?
What can I say? I still have a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner.
But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that.
We both wanted to show what we could do, so that we were better than Tangaroa.
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final?
What grounds do you have to say that?
Your own statement, made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you'd been working together right up until the day before the final.
Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that young Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why did Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in turn?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
So, why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder.
It's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
Stop working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? So you see, it can't have been me.
I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. And if I can't prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusteau had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. So, literally just the last moment. Easy. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusteau could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusteau's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear. The truth will soon come to light at last.
You mean to say that you've uncovered new evidence?
Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusteau to open up to us about it instead.
Oh, is it mind games time again?
It is. Mr. Gusteau, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you.
Who is it?
You chose to make your entry for the final on your own.
I told you, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove that I was the best in the world.
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusteau, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Mind chess, bitch. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Ooh. Mr. Gusteau seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mind chess! Initiate. Mr. Gusteau, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost?
We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together.
And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills.
You don't know me? We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creation possible, that's all. Ross's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too.
Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner? Pretending to be asleep when going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusteau. I doubt he cared much about winning that title for confectionaires. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say?
Fine. It was me. I wanted that title. Ross was only in it for the prize. The ultimate cookbook.
I see. Since your objectives dovelated so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps. If so, I want to know why.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard, and I'll be on my way back to the medical room.
Oh, wait.
You better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience.
Mr. Gusteau is trying desperately to make his escape. He's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he is really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast. You wanted to be on Mr. Tangaroa's TV show, didn't you?
A cookie conga?
It was called Bacon Pop.
You really think people will want to watch me dance like an idiot while I work?
No, it might have been a bit much for younger viewers.
I thought not. Listen, I know what I'm good at, and prancing around on TV isn't. Maybe you should focus on what you're good at too, because it certainly isn't asking the right questions.
You say, Mr. Gusto? Oh. Actions and pick my own response accordingly. Got more than just title. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner ever counts for that much.
Oh, you're insulting the way of the confectioner? My goal, my only goal, was to win a title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to past snuff back then, but you should see me now.
Oh, they've improved.
You bet I have. I didn't do all the training in Zhengfa for nothing. I looked up to Tango, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch a show with my son.
Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaro's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday.
Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it.
You're interested in the book too? You claim that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have an interest in the contest's prize, the ultimate cookbook.
The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did, what exactly so wrong with that?
Nothing, I suppose. Well, the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Not ask stupid questions. I need to find out why he wanted the cookbook. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations.
What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold.
Could have made a lot of money if you sold it.
I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that.
You know more than you're letting on. And now, Mr. Gusto, I think you know more than more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim.
Yeah, they told us a little about it at the start of the contest.
Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, didn't you? And they weren't dessert recipes at all.
I see you did your homework. Fine. So you know what it was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of.
So you didn't know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was?
What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. Was a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it.
I did upon my clue. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zhangfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal.
I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick.
He was? Tell me more.
That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know.
Looks rattles, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from?
You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more?
I don't have a clue. Try another tactic. Tell me more about your son. Tell me a little more about your son.
He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fun.
And you entered the contest in order to help him.
You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything! He would come see me here at the contest venue, too. Right up through the semi-final.
Really? You didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. Yeah, I'm still recovering, so if you got nothing to sell, let me go back to the bed.
No, fuck. I don't need to push him with that. So he wasn't too sick to join. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest.
Yeah, it was that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening, anyway.
This feels like it would be a important clue. Is the book necessary for him to get better? So you needed the cookbook to cure your son.
Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anyway. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time at fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work.
What about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it?
And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made?
I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed about a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries.
I had plenty of chances through the contest to see and sample my rebel's work, you know. But this time I did. Nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something.
I think Mr. Gusto had tasted any flavor. Like it could be an important clue. What's the name of your son's condition? Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from?
Yeah, a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill?
But it wasn't life-threatening, was it? You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details?
It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been life-altering.
I see. It must have been very hard on both of you.
Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything. Not even his favorite desserts.
Did you have a taste disorder? As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself on his own taste disorder.
So you did too?
Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder, then am I correct?
No! Why did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. Well, was that really the case?
Yeah, of course it was. What are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. How to deploy my clue? You were sick yourself, weren't you? Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all. You just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectionaire without a sense of taste. Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problem.
Aren't you working with Mr. Frost? Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did all of your own work now. Excuse me. You would have had of us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student to the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder.
You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long. 18 years and nobody knew.
Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusteau's disorder, and the money would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. My chess. Done and dusted.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this. But you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agousia. Agousia.
What's agousia?
It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. Our confectioner's was nightmare.
Mr. Fender, is that what Mr. Tangaroa had as well?
No, the big man had what they called the dissociative taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all.
So we suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest?
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted a title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win.
Oh? So you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning?
Of course.
What was it that Mr. Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusteau's creations?
Mr. Gusteau's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts.
I was told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you describe. What happened, Mr. Gusteau? What went wrong that day?
Fine. You want me to talk, I'll talk. But not going to like what I have to say.
Final.
Frost and I were working together right up through the semifinal. I handled the flavor, he did the design. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help. Just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now?
Don't seem to be any obvious contradiction to his testimony.
Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years, after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Miserino? See if you can't shake something loose.
I think I just might have to, Fender. Bet.
Frost and I were working together
Right up till the semi-final, and Flavor did the designing. Wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. We're gonna say I lacked training. This is impressive for now. Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste.
Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman. But his sense of design was second to none. He was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't.
And boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics. Not even for the simple stuff.
How do you like me now?
National symbol of Zhangfa.
Oh, yeah, it's Phoenix. That's awesome.
I'll say. Pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago.
Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft. But back then, we both needed each other's help. So we joined hands until the final.
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title then?
Of course. The auto confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch.
Well, the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook, too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted that title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusteau?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue.
I understand, Your Honor, but...
Ignore him, Mr. Gusteau. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please, do continue your testimony in your own time.
Okay. So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no?
Strange or not is the truth. Could be he had his reasons, too. I wouldn't know.
If he's lying, it's going to be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours is a built-in lie detector, Gay.
If it did, I've stolen the show for Mr. Edgeworth long before now.
Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusteau, continue your testimony. Dinner day is good and sincere. And yet I heard that your creations prior to the final was scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day?
No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that.
But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on his flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed to that. Did something happen overnight?
I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth.
Then perhaps I should ask him about something else. I think we have to ask about Mr. Frost specifically? Must be to talk about something else. No, I think this is semi. No. Asking about Mr. Frost himself is not going to give us any good. Maybe it's semifinals. Something changed between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusteau.
Not really.
The difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me. So Sun visited his father daily up through the semifinal. Now that also changed. Your son wasn't there.
Objection!
I can't think of one significant difference between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusteau. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semifinal.
He was. What of it?
What indeed? He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that.
You. I just wanted him to see me hard at work. The show was trying my best for us. Who knows? It was him being there that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy seems super dad to me.
Indeed. Thankfully, would only have to grieve such an idea Thankfully, would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusteau prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss. Unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on. But that wasn't all he was here to do, was it?
You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than support his father?
The days are great. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusteau.
Yeah, he was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it.
In which case, you would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no?
What are you implying?
You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder.
Good. Admitted you're good.
That was not that long ago. I don't need to read all of it anyway. 18 years ago, I developed ageusia. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations taste as good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work.
Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it was finished the day before when the kid was still here.
Yeah. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me other than just the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know. Even back then.
Did you now?
My designs may not have been much to write home about back then. But I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk anything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all there is.
In that case, I shall speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much your story can corroborate.
Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern.
What?
As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhengfa to start my thing. I cut off all ties with the kid for good.
What? You abandoned your own child?
And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice.
So still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have, my son?
Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusteau's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
Ah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof or otherwise.
Gregworth, do something! If you don't, the truth might be lost forever.
Where are you, Detective Gumshoe?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective. The last piece of the puzzle. I'm sure of it. Know whose blood it is.
Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind palace time. I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusteau didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he?
I mean, because he tried to open the case.
Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why you tried to do that?
We might. Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence.
It's quite enough idle chatter, defense. Now, if you...
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting!
Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective?
Yes, sir! Lab just got back to me!
Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you're bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of?
What? Ain't no fair! Why didn't anyone tell me about any of this?
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out.
What the? Is everybody else helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here?
Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say?
Well, alright.
So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us?
You're not going to believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusteau, a victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about?
Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case?
It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the I-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusteau, is as good as finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body.
Why would there be traces of blood there of all places, Mr. Gusteau?
If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusteau, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar, too.
There were.
And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
Oh, yeah. You talk about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again?
Did they ever give some scripts in my life?
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Those scripts except for the salty bit, of course. It was unbearable.
The salty bit?
Did the other party I got there? This was the happy thing.
Gemini's a liar.
Yes, the liar. And only the liar tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry.
Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth. Where did the salt in the liar come from?
A salt map?
Take that!
This is the lamp from the I-7 incident.
It's the only thing with salt on it, right? So it makes sense. Indeed. And I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in the Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost.
Ah!
Hello, Raidery! Thank you for the raid. Hello, Raiders! My name is Yukidama Frost. I'm a Soma VTuber. Oh, God, I didn't even press that. Stop it. Yukidama Frost. I'm a Soma VTuber. Plays what it feels like. What it feels like. I just do a little bit of voice acting on the side. Excuse me for my quick. Let me do that real quick here, if I can. Shout out at Raidery. There it goes. Hi, how are you? Hope you're well. Hope you're swell. Hope you're dandy. What have you played? What have you been playing? I hope you don't mind. I don't have like any specific bot commands on me that I can do, so I can only do like a Twitch proper shout out, but you know, don't worry about it. Yeah, if you need to raid and run, that's completely fine with me. We're just playing some Ace Attorney Investigations. We're finishing up case 3 because we got the killer on the hook, on the loose, and I'm just doing the voices that I need to because I hate my voice. Except I don't, because I like it a lot and I do it, but I'm good with playing Apollo Justice. Woo! So from one case to another. That's good, that's good. Hope I'm not causing any spoilers or anything, but like, you know, this is the second Ace Attorney Investigations game, so like, there's things like that. Rotary, thank you for the follow. Good to have you. Come in. Anyway, right. Edgeworth. Right, my bad.
It was stained with his blood, but no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream.
Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either.
Hey, come to think of it.
Now I played this one, so we good. I do have to raid and run though, but I hope you have a nice stream, nice voice actable way. Thank you very much. Yeah, no worries. If you have to raid and run, don't feel bad about anything about that. Everyone has a life to do, and raiding and running is honestly, generally speaking, like understood. You know, you finish your stream, you had a schedule, and if life exists, then yeah, life exists. You know. But yeah, thank you. I do my best.
Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Lisa's room were both broken.
The lamps appear to be broken.
Bulbs are smashed. Both of them.
Maybe they fell and broke on the floor?
Yes, I gave young Fender a Sonic voice. Hope you don't mind.
We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusteau's blood on it at some point?
Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion.
And you are seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that?
I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected.
Then, and the reason he's here today is...
18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body...
Yes, I am the victim here. Don't mind me.
Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day.
So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks.
Well, Mr. Gusteau, are you finally ready to admit it? That you're the one responsible for the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Gusteau, it's all because of you, that Samson.
Gusteau.
So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor. Or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you.
You admitted then that you murdered Hardy Frost.
Yeah! Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame.
What do you mean by that?
He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the date of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal!
Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusteau.
But I helped you! I spent all day yesterday making the ears for your pieces!
Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose.
What do you... Wait. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there. I didn't have any help with the flavor either.
So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts.
Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything! I take pride in that. Something like you. Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resort to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things?
A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day to the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
You don't care? You're horrible!
So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct?
Yeah. I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up.
thought if I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, hmm? Tut.
First!
What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh, no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner can't taste anything. What will people say?
If you tell anybody, I'll... Yeah!
You what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm.
Why, you... Just shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
Mr. Frost was the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow. So I scraped off all the bloody bits. I dissolved the salt shavings, some flavored ice mixture, and brushed it all over the arm.
That's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish.
Gus was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
You decided you had to kill him.
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think?
But that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Fort Rost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part.
Inspired by the all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess.
You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the heart was easy.
But, my son, sir, why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it up. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and clothes back in Scone's room?
There's only one reason to plant a murder weapon in the room of another contestant. That's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You tried to frame me, Godspeed?
Yeah.
But why? Why poor me?
I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gusty, how could you?
And had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body would have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Why indeed?
Stretcher, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gaston need to freeze the Frost body?
Said the true crime scene. The reason Mr. Gusto had to freeze the body was to hide the true scene of the crime from the police.
So he wanted to confuse them over what it really happened.
It's one heck of an icy glare for Judge Cavell, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, message received. Time of death? Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready at Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
Still don't get it, though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all?
The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it's fully frozen.
How awful. Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind this murder.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body had been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan. He wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samsu, it was all because I found the body.
Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they had arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto.
It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished.
So then Mr. Von Kalm had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body.
I mean, I guess it would explain why he's so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think you'd notice something as big as that if you'd taken a look at Fewers' points, right?
Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of this case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless.
Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you!
Sticks and stones, girlie, sticks and stones. What a jerk! I'd arrest you right now, pal!
I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, Detective.
So you noticed, glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder!
No idea. I guess I'd better lay it out for you. I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise?
That's right. Statute of limitations is only 15 years! Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth?
Once the statute was expired, you gotta be charged, so...
But...
Unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deduction will have to be struck from the record, and that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place.
But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrieval on that basis. Retrial on the basis.
Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgment is somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine.
The committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what.
Yeah! Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor.
There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Why, you can't arrest me.
Hold it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto.
It sure diminished one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you, all right. We can arrest you real good. I could have you in cuffs before you even blinked, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
This issue isn't as open a shot as you're making it out to be, Detective.
You can't touch me. It's too late for that.
Hold it!
Hold it. Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. All right, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it.
Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident.
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Zhengzhou to really buckle down and hone my craft.
That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh?
Yeah, could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Zhengzhou was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, I'm the full package now!
Objection!
And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed.
What's an omelet without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing!
You're evil.
Sticks and stones, girlie! You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters.
Needs more work with. Has to be something I can get out of him. I can push him further on the statements he just made. Anything I should follow up on? Training as Zhengfa. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengfa, if you wouldn't mind.
Fine. I led went to Zhengfa to train, and I finally became the best in the world.
Hold it!
Zhengfa? You were there for a while, I imagine?
Yeah, I left some time after the investigation had wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in. My designs are now world class.
Wow, that's amazing!
You like it? Here's yours.
Really? All right.
We've spent some time in Zhengfa today. Do I present it on here?
Objection!
Yeah! Right, because the statute mentioned limitation is paused when he's gone.
A statute of limitations for murder subject to the subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute.
No way! Sounds like someone did pause when he was in Zhengfa.
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. That would depend on how long you stayed in Zhengfa, Mr. Gusto.
It was 3 years exactly.
3 years? Hold on. Nobody say anything until I've done the math. Murder happened 18 years back. The statute's 15 years. Add the 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which makes no way. Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statute was expired after all.
Bingo! 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves.
Stringing us along this whole time.
Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
I hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusteau's stayed in Zhengfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short.
Not enough? But...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me.
Admitted, but he reached the point when he made his confession. Okay.
Unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed.
Must be something I can do.
I knew it. I the Walla can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice then.
Judes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail them.
Yes.
Alright, Malzerino, pet talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusteau's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about.
Which is?
He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I could tell, he doesn't know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statues for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. Not if we make good use of that verdict now. We can make Gusteau pay in full for what he's done.
Bender, are you?
Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you.
Bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, should I raise an objection and play that card or not? Yes! My father, Mr. von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth.
This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusteau has been found not guilty on all accounts.
Objection!
No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusteau is absolutely guilty. And I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished.
Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call him to his arrest?
I do. But to develop something that proves the statute of limitations haven't yet expired, the case files!
Very well. Is there a particular page of the I-7 case file that you'd like to refer to?
Case overview. The Rose Room. Suspect data.
I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice. And it took around 1 year from his incitement for that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial.
What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice?
Yep. Guess you were in Zhangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you. And not good news either, am I right?
But how can that be? Tangaroa was an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent and you know it.
Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. You spent 3 years in Zhangfa, and your accomplice, Samson Tangaroa, was on trial for 1 year. It means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all.
The goddess's judgment is infallible. But that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, you may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No. How could this? You weren't supposed to be...
18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusteau. Not a moment too soon.
But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance had been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything. Even my son.
More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Huh?
Mr. Gusteau's all set for stream downtown, sir.
Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right?
I suppose so.
Dude.
I'm so sorry, everybody. Caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures.
Hey, dude. I think maybe you might want me to represent you.
I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Oh, I thought. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Eddie might be able to get his hug after all. Or a wife, who knows?
Hey, sorry, ma'am. You gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Judge Gaval, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found.
I am under no obligation to answer such questions.
You clearly have no intention of doing so either.
Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutional Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way.
The heck? After you caught the real killer and everything! Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes?
Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job!
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
It's go way over my head. What's going on?
What's that all about?
Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all. Yes? Of course.
Hey, Edgy, looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did you and Verity go?
Wow, you weren't paying attention, were you?
I'm loath to admit it. Larry's sketches did come through for us more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Go to the glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry.
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your Bob. He was a terrible liar, too.
He was.
Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with?
Yes, of course.
Great, then I'm coming too.
April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. DC Visitors Room.
What's Mr. Tangaroa like? Can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. But 3 p.m. and cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? Sounds awesome. There'll be any left for us to try.
We found a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day. They've been some of the Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods. Bonk.
Ami, what are you doing here?
Heard you were all coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him.
Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's Justice Sidekick, Gay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both.
Miles here is Gregory's son.
Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Panders explained everything to me.
Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago.
Truth. Judy did all that? For me?
Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you.
Oh, Judy. I never did imagine anything to deserve such devotion.
Come now, Mr. Tagaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all.
You think so?
So better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof that the bond between Mr. Tagaroa and Miss Bound share? It is the fucking chocolates!
Take that!
Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Super delicious and sweet.
Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be something waiting for you when you finally came home.
Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they?
Very much so, I'm afraid. I really wish we could hand them to you.
Oh, worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later.
It would be a clear breach of prison policy, not that I have the authority to stop him anyway.
Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? As I look up to him a lot, he's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh?
You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. Should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice.
Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you. Truly.
Samson.
Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie.
Leave it to me, big guy.
Aw. You're so sweet. The IS-7 incident. Been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close.
Ah. And? Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that.
Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. To use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned.
Yes, and I'm sure you will.
Wait a minute. Does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free?
Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. Law's always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Letty and Mazarino included, am I right?
Potential for growth and change. In people and the law, huh?
So, Miles, you're going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. Only you can answer.
I know.
Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts. But for now, thanks again for today. I mean it.
You seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here, do you?
He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, All I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. Maybe time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not.
April 2nd, Edgeworth and Co. Law Office.
Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon.
Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose?
A moral dilemma for next case. Turnabout Legacy awarded. Huzzah, huzzah. We finished case 3 today. I got explained it correctly. You know, I thought, I gotta guess that we were going to be basically just stuck doing all of this today, and yeah, I was right. But it is also very late now, so we're gonna call it a day here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining me. It was fun, it was great, it was dandy. We're gonna head on out. Considering the time, I'm not really gonna be rating it to anyone. We're just gonna call it here, and just gonna head on out. We're gonna put on the good old jazz for victory, and head on out. Take care, have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow for Pokemon XD. More or less the same time as we started today. Thursday, we'll be doing some, whatchamahuha. We're gonna be doing some Divinity 2, once again, finally, after so many months. Good God, holy shit. And after that, the closest nearest next stream will most likely be on Saturday, when we'll be continuing Danganronpa with Lugia and Zero. So take care, have a good one, and I'll see you next time. Bye!